Hey guys, welcome to part 10 of What If Naruto Became a One-Man Team. If you enjoy the video then like, share and subscribe and also comment your thoughts as it inspires me to make more such videos, and remember to check out my playlist section for other interesting stories. So let's get started. Chapter 31. A different sort of fight. Neji shot off the branch after Hinata, but was too far away to make any attempt to catch up. In fact, it surprised him how fast she had gotten. He could swear she was actually pulling away. Like I'm going to let you get away. Kidomaru shot out a few strands of webbing that sped over the heads of the two Hyuga, confusing them slightly until they saw the targets the attack was heading for. Each strand had a hardened point on the end which was homing in on the retreating backs of the Konoha team. With little time to act, both of the Hyuga shot their hands out and tore the strands apart, ending the chakra to the projectiles and turning the webbing into harmless threads. Seeing his plan thwarted, Kidomaru growled slightly and began chewing again. He was forced to jump away as Hinata went on the offensive again, not willing to wait for him to finish his preparations. Neji was starting to get a little irritated. Hinata, the cousin that he had berated for so long for being weak and shy, was being even more aggressive than he was. Not only had she figured out the weakness of their opponent's jutsu almost as quickly as he had, but she seemed to have no issues whatsoever with rushing in headfirst against an opponent they hadn't fully analyzed yet. This also made him start to believe she'd lost a few brain cells from being around Naruto so long. Going head to head against an unknown opponent could be considered extremely foolish and have deadly consequences. They should have been staying back and getting a feel for how the guy attacks, not just mindlessly attacking him themselves. Despite his own opinions, he was now forced to take action or be left behind. Foregoing the pursuit of Hinata, he took a different path that he hoped would be their destination. It was difficult to tell, of course, due to their seemingly random path, but he could shift once he got there. Hinata's adrenaline was pumping. The best defense is to attack first. This guy can use long-range attacks, so, while we can't assume he isn't good in close range, we can say it is the better course of action until proven otherwise. Though the fact that he keeps running seems to suggest such. She sent another palm thrust towards Kidomaru's chest, which was turned aside as he leapt off their current branch again. She wasn't the best tactician, but as a Hyuga, or rather former Hyuga, she didn't have a whole lot of ranged attacks in her arsenal. The jutsu she had been learning were mainly Sweden, so being in the treetops of a forest really didn't help much there either. Their taijutsu battle raged on as they hopped from branch to branch, with Kidomaru trying to gain a little distance and Hinata not giving him an inch. Their dance stopped, however, when they reached a particularly thick branch. As Kidomaru landed, a blur shot out from behind the trunk and hit one of his arms, causing him to shout a bit in surprise and jump off to the side. Fortunately for him, the blur landed right where his previous attacker was about to land, and she was forced to maneuver around it or force one of them off the branch. Now he had valuable distance, something he capitalized on. Neji, why did you get in the way? Hinata was furious, though she never took her eyes off her opponent. Neji, on the other hand, was stunned. Did she just yell at me? He chanced a glance at her and saw a grimace on her face that confirmed what he'd heard. It made him scowl a bit himself. I was trying to gain the advantage over our enemy. In case you hadn't noticed, I was able to partially disable one of his arms. And at the same time you forced me out of combat, and now he has the distance to use his ranged attack, which he seems to favor so much. Not only that, but you only managed to partially disable one arm out of 6. Hinata scolded. Are you saying you could have done better? No. I'm saying you should have disabled a leg so he couldn't run so easily. He's got spare arms, but with a leg out of commission he wouldn't be able to get his distance at all. Neji was about to berate her for suggesting such a low-handed tactic, but she beat him to the punch. Don't even give me any of that Hyuga honor crap. At the end of today, the one that wins will be going home. If we have to pull out every underhanded trick in the books to get us back safely, then that's what we're going to do. Who the hell is this chick? Both of the men thought to themselves. Hinata's declaration made Kidomaru a bit nervous for some reason, but he shook it off as he readied his jutsu. Taking advantage of their distraction, he started spitting out nets at a rapid pace towards the two. Seeing that Neji didn't have his full attention on the fight, Hinata umped in front of him and slashed apart a couple nets to allow him time to realize what was going on. Once they were both aware and fighting off the barrage of nets, they split up, forcing Kitamura into taking rushed shots at them with little aim. Even in his haste though, he was able to manage to capture Neji. Concentrating most of his attacks on his easiest target for the time being, he spat more web at the boy and pinned him to a tree. There were now webs holding down Neji's chest, arms, legs, hands and feet with an added wad over his mouth so he couldn't call out for help from Hinata, who was still dodging the random shots coming her way. Kitamura spat a few more balls of webbing into his hands and lobbed them at the girl while he began chewing again in preparation for his next attack. So, these are the Hyuga. They use their chakra, formed to a needle point, to snap my webbing at the weakest areas of the structure. Dealing with two was beginning to be a headache, but now it won't be so bad. He lobbed the last of his web balls at Hinata with little care of whether it hit or not and took a few more seconds to finish adding chakra to the concoction in his mouth. He mentally laughed at the look of the Hyuga pinned to the tree as he seemed to have completely given up. Kumo Nenkin. A large spear of his hard golden substance shot from his mouth and sped towards the pinned Hyuga. At the last second before impact, Neji smirked and opened his eyes, activating his Byakugan in the process. Kitamura watched in horrified fascination as the boy destroyed his webbing in an instant and tipped his head to the side. Before he had time to react, Neji had jumped up onto the spike and started running down its length towards him before jumping down and landing on the branch in front of him. Unfortunately for Neji, he had taken far too long to cover the distance, and Kitamura was able to cut off his connection with the spike while lashing out with his legs and kicking the boy away from him. As Neji flew through the air, he was saved by Hinata, who managed to intercept him and land them on the side of a tree. With a quick strike, he removed the last of the webbing on him, that which covered his mouth. Thank you, Hinata. I will make sure to not get caught again. Well then, if you're done talking, we have a fight to finish. Once again, Hinata leapt off into the trees, leaving Neji to catch up. When she swung to the right, he shot off to the left. A pincer attack from both sides. Seeing the attack coming, Kitamura tried to outmaneuver them, but with such limited trails to take through the branches, it was easy for them to plot out his most likely courses and steer him to where they wanted him. In mere seconds, he was cornered between the two of them and the trunk of a rather thick tree. Appearing right in front of the Oto Nin, already in his stance, Neji smirked at the man's unfortunate luck. Jukenho. Hake Rokujuyan Sho. His attacks rained down on the enemy as he moved with his opponent's convulsing body towards the trunk of the tree. Halfway through the attack, the tree started to buckle, another quarter, and cracks began to split through the other side. With the final strikes, Kitamura burst through the tree's trunk and into the open air on the other side. By the time the debris from the shattered wood cleared, he found himself staring into a pair of fists, but it wasn't the Juken that was headed towards him. Sweden. Suigeki. A column of water blasted from the contact point that Hinata made with her hammer fist and sent its victim towards the unforgiving forest floor. She landed next to Neji on the tree trunk as they watched the collision happen. A large cloud of dust and earth flew into the air, obscuring their view of the aftermath to a degree that even their Byakugan was having trouble seeing through the debris. Not wanting to take any chances, they both shot down to the ground to wait for their query to be revealed. Both Konoha ninja heard the clanking sounds coming from the dust as they landed, and as the scene cleared up, they could only narrow their eyes at the sight of their enemy. Kitamura was simply standing near the tree, staring at them. Their main cause of concern with this wasn't the fact that he was still alive though, but rather the golden shell that seemed to encompass most of his body. Every point that Neji would have hit with his attack was coated in the substance, while a mask of the same material covered most of his face where Hinata's attack would have hit. It was a good attempt, kiddies, but this barrier keeps me safe from any attacks. Not only it is strong enough to deflect weapons, but it also deflects chakra-based attacks as well. It's just your bad luck that your attacks have no effect on me. Don't think it's a one-time thing either. It comes directly out of the pores in my skin in the area I push chakra to. To emphasize his point, he held out his forearm and formed the shell over it once more before letting it crack and fall away. While the two were preoccupied with trying to figure out a way around his ultimate defense, Kitamura twitched his fingers to let loose a volley of hidden kunai. He never expected them to hit, nor did they, but in the time their concentration was broken in order to get out of the way of the projectiles he was able to slip into the treetops and hide. With another twitch of his fingers another kunai landed at the feet of the two konoha nin. They jumped back predictably as they noticed the tag, but it was all playing into their opponent's hand as he loosed another volley of kunai. Barely having time to tough the ground, Neji pushed Hinata into the underbrush before executing a kaiden, causing Kitamura to curse at the loss of a target. Now he would have to be even more careful. His thoughts were interrupted by a single kunai headed straight for his forehead, forcing him to duck. What the hell? Does he know where I am? It's no use trying to hide. Our eyes can see everything. You have already lost. It was a bit of a stretch of the truth since Hinata probably couldn't see that far. It was commonly known that, while he inherited very strong Hyuga blood, she was less than satisfactory when it came to viewing distance with her bloodline. Hopefully the kunai he threw would allow her to see exactly where their enemy was. Right now though he had other things to worry about. Taking on two Hyuga is a bit tougher than I first thought. Guess it's time to up the ante a bit. Sporting a sadistic grin as a vine-like tattoo began to appear on his body, Kitamura lowered himself from his previous perch. On tree limbs they had maneuverability, but in midair he had the advantage. Holding himself aloft with two of his arms he stretched a bit of webbing between another two while cutting one of his free hands and going through a set of seals. Kuchio's no jutsu. If Hinata didn't know where he was already, she definitely knew now. It would be difficult for anyone to miss the huge spider sitting in an equally enormous web. Neji could only glare at the monstrosity as he waited for it to attack, being sure to keep an eye on its master as well. Things only seemed to get worse as the spider began to convulse and a large sac erupted out behind it. Wasting no time, the Oto Nin leapt across and sliced open the webbing, letting loose a wave of baby spiders. Thinking nothing of the assault, Neji immediately went into a kaiden, launching the onslaught away from him. What he didn't count on was the strands of webbing that casually floated through his dome of chakra. They began to layer on his arms and legs, slowing down his rotation. As he came to a standstill he realized, almost too late, the position he was in as a barrage of golden kunai came at him from the side. I can't do kaiden again with all this webbing on me. Hinata, if you ever wanted to show me your worth, now is the time. Not waiting for a divine intervention, he jumped out of the path of the kunai. The giant spider was about to release another swarm of its brood when the web it was standing on shook and tilted. Kitamura narrowed his eyes and looked towards the source. One of the strands holding the web aloft was dangling loose with a piece of bark hanging off the end. Must have been a patch of decaying wood. No matter, the web is still more than strong enough. He turned his attention back to his prey as the new wave of spiders hit him. Knowing the kaiden was practically useless at this point, Neji was forced to improvise his defense. Hake Rokujuyan Sho. His body became a blur as each strike lashed out at a separate spider to either kill, or block their fall. He had no way of knowing if the offspring were poisonous, but he definitely didn't want to find out right then. The only blessing that he had, was the tilt in the web. It had caused some of the insects to veer off away from him, giving him less to defend against. Unfortunately the source of the attacks seemed to have an endless supply as another wave of spider lemmings fell from the treetops. He was about to curse his luck when the same thing happened to this batch that had happened to the last. Another strand of the web snapped off and jerked the entire structure, sending the small spiders to meet their end on the unmerciful ground as they flew off course. This still left a large amount for him to clean up, more than the previous wave. Taking a deep breath, Neji crouched a little lower to the ground, changing his stance just a bit. Hake. Hyaku Nyuhachi Sho. Kitamura sneered at the boy as he watched him go into an even faster combination of attacks. Diverting his attention from the battlefield below, he looked towards the newly snapped strand of the web. Two now. Is the weight too much or are the trees just too weak? A couple more and it'll be this one falling on the kid herself. No matter, that would end it just as quickly at this point. Turning his attention towards the boy once more, he saw that the spiders were almost finished so he loosed another kunai trap on his victim. Neji tried to perform a kaiden as he saw the blades coming towards him, but only managed a slow turn due to the amount of webbing holding him down. Forced to improvise again, He did his best to dodge as much as he could. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to dodge one of the weapons as it skimmed his shoulder. Up in the treetops, Kitamaru saw the kunai hit and slice into the genin. He didn't even try to dodge that one. Was it because it wasn't a life-threatening hit? No. Another shower of arachnids fell towards the forest floor, and another part of the web snapped. It didn't matter at this point though, Kitamaru was starting to figure some things out. With the spiders already on their way, he let loose another rain of golden weapons, this one timed. 2 hits. He grinned as his predicted number lodged themselves into his target's back. You put up a good fight, brat, but you've finished your dance. I found your blind spots and now all I have to do is. He didn't get to finish as a larger tremor shook the web. This time when he shot his head towards the source, he found another set of white eyes staring back at him along with a sickeningly sweet smirk. You talk too much, and play with your prey more than you should. With a quick jab, Hinata snapped 2 more strands from the web, causing the leftover supports to groan in protest. Within seconds the entire construct was plummeting towards the ground, right over Neji's head. Hinata sped down after it. She wouldn't make it in time to save him from the summon, but she would be there when he got out. She knew he would, she believed in him. The spider landed in a cloud of dirt as Kitamaru laughed from the treetops. He had saved himself with a couple strands of webbing and was currently hovering between a couple of the large trees. What a good teammate you are. Sacrificing a member to get rid of my summons. You're a lot more ruthless than I gave you credit for. I didn't expect half as much out of any Konoha ninja. He grinned at the glare she gave him and prepared his next attack. In the center of the clearing the giant spider gave out a loud shriek as its body began to bubble and pulse. With one last tensing of all of its legs, the huge insect exploded in a shower of unformed webbing sludge, all over the panting Neji. The boy glared up towards his opponent with just as much viciousness as his cousin, at least until he saw one of the man's fingers twitch again. He heard the familiar whistling sound and knew he had no time to dodge the incoming storm. Closing his eyes, he did the only thing he could think of. He fell to the ground and prayed that the weapons would pass over him. Shugohak Rokujuyan Sho. The sound of metal hitting and rebounding off of something shook him out of his mindset though. He looked up and saw something he never thought he'd witness from the person who was taking action. Hinata stood over him, moving her hands faster than he'd ever seen as a grid of chakra surrounded them both, warding off the attack with ease. The concentration on her face showed him that the jutsu was far from perfect, but to see it from someone he'd thought was a failure was nothing short of a breath of fresh air. As the technique died down, he stood up and stared at Hinata. I've never seen that jutsu before. Is it one of the main branch secrets? No, it's one that I created. It is my ultimate defense for protecting those precious to me. She too was breathing heavily, showing just how much she put into the jutsu. Quote. Thank you. I'll remember that, Hinata. He gave her an appreciative nod as he turned back towards their enemy, only to take a step back in shock. The being hanging in the trees was no longer the mutated man they had been fighting, but rather what could only be described as a demon. With his dark skin, third eye, horns and spikes, Kitamaru looked every part of an evil being. The Oto Nin would have smirked if he didn't have the fletching of a golden arrow stuck between his jaws. You may have beaten my pet, but now I'm getting serious. Accuracy 100%, damage maximum. Niju Seigo. He released the arrow just after Neji turned towards him. The stunned boy had little chance of dodging the projectile with the speed it was going. Still, he did what he could and jumped away. The arrow exploded as it hit the ground, but as the dust settled, both Kitamaru and the horrified Hinata were able to see Neji standing at the edge of the newly formed crater. He was breathing hard again, but the only wound they could see was a hole through his left shoulder. How the hell did he dodge? There shouldn't have been time. No, he didn't dodge. Kitamaru narrowed his eyes at Neji and grinned. So that's it. You released a constant flow of chakra to divert the course of the arrow. You used the principle of the girl's defense and your dome and used it to push incoming attacks away from you as much as possible. Smart, but useless. Forming another arrow, he started to piece together the information he'd gathered so far. The kunai that hit showed the one weakness in his eyes. He can see long distances with them, but just below the first vertebrae there is a blind spot. If I can hit him there he will have no choice but to take the full force of the blow. After knocking the arrow and sighting in his prey, Kitamura notices something very wrong again. Shit. He looked up just in time to see Hinata snapping his webbing, causing him to fall towards the ground once more. She watched as he smacked off of a couple branches on the way down before following his quickly descending form. Hinata wasn't about to let him get out of her sight. His appearance may have changed, but we can still beat him easily. It's Neji-Nisan and me after all. She saw a shape shoot off to the side below her, but it didn't get far as her cousin appeared in front of it and unleashed a hail of blows, knocking it back to the ground. As she touched down on the forest floor herself, she got a better glimpse of their mutated opponent as he calmly got up, a plate of metal falling from his abdomen, no doubt having been used to protect him from the recent attack. I already told you that your attacks are pointless, didn't I? It doesn't matter if I'm in the air or on the ground. The results will be the same. He knocked his arrow again and began to take aim. Flashing through a set of hand seals, Hinata worked fast to begin the end of the fight. Neji was busy weaving between trees in order to keep Kitamura occupied and give his partner some time to finish whatever it was she was doing. It didn't take her nearly as long as he thought it might, and for that he was glad. He was getting tired fast. Mugen no Enmu, she whispered. Kitamura cursed inwardly as a soft fog rolled into the area. Fog was the worst possible battleground for someone like him. The fog itself blinded his attacks and the water in the air would cling to his webbing, making it visible. A smart move, I admit, but still pointless. You still have to get in close range and I still have my defense. If you aren't running home with your tails between your legs by now, I would call you both utter fools. Shadows darted through the mist around him as he tried to make out what they were. He could still make out the outlines of some surrounding trees, but that only served to make him all the more frustrated as he couldn't tell when the shadows were in front of, or behind, a particular tree. Growling in frustration, Kitamura did the only thing he could in such a situation. Wadding up his webbing, he returned to one of his original tactics: spray webs everywhere. Between the random web spraying and the actual aiming at the moving shadows, the forest around the Oto Nin was fast becoming filled with white netting. Almost every tree was covered in the sticky threads, as was the majority of the forest floor. Seeing a shadow shooting out from his left, Kitamura acted on instinct and shot another volley of nets at the unknown being, only to watch in rare glee as one of the webs hit it dead on. A loud thud later told him that his prey was caught against a tree trunk. Not wanting to waste a golden opportunity, like he did before, he knocked his arrow once again and shot it into the gray curtain towards where he could hear the sounds of struggling. A loud yelp of pained surprise was his answer and his grin grew. He knew the sound of that octave. He hit the boy. Sauntering over to his victim, he found his aim to be true. His golden arrow was sticking out of Neji's left lung and pinning him to a large tree. Not so cocky now, are you, brat? He backhanded the teen, taking pleasure in the ragdoll effects the hit had on the trapped body. Maybe next time you'll run when given the chance, if there ever is a next time. He formed another arrow and smirked. Foregoing arming his bow, Kitamura spun on his heel and thrust the arrow up, catching his would-be assailant in the jaw. The arrow easily pierced through the thin bone in her mouth and up into her brain, killing her almost instantly. Tisk. You seem to be a promising assassin-type girly. In your next life, learn when to drop the stealth act when it gets too old. Opponents tend to learn from their mistakes. He let go of the arrow and watched the girl's body fall to the ground and slump over. His eyes widened when the body turned into a puddle of water. Mizu Bunshin. There was no blood. Shit. Quickly, he formed another arrow and knocked it. He heard giggling to his right and pulled his bow up. Seeing a shadow move, he quickly shot at it, watching as it disappeared from view. No thud accompanied it, and the fog was still there, so he figured it was another clone. It's like the Kurigakure no Jutsu. Does she know silent killing, or is she just trying to intimidate me? If she knew silent killing, fog this sparse wouldn't work. Forming another piece of ammunition, Kitamura began to turn, slowly, making sure he took in every detail around him. He wasn't about to let his guard down against this girl. The boy had been an offensive fighter, that much was certain, but his female counterpart seemed to be more for stealth. Another shadow moved and he shot. Soft giggling could be heard from behind him, so he spun again and struck out with his bow, hitting nothing but air. Scowling, he began looking once more. If he was right about her, she would just wait out his web assault then go for a close quarters kill. She wouldn't take chances that her recently deceased teammate took. She also didn't seem the type to attack from range either, so it was now a game of attrition. Who would be the first to slip up? Up in the canopy, two pairs of pale eyes watched the man spinning in circles. Hinata smiled at the confused enemy while a smirk tugged at Neji's mouth. I didn't think you could be so devious, Hinata-san. Considering who all I'm living with now, it would be difficult to not pick up some of their traits. Kin-chan helped me with most of this one. Hinata giggled softly. It was still a bit unsettling to see myself die. You get used to it after a while, though you should have cancelled yourself out of the genjutsu well before that happened. Shame on you, Neji-Nisan. She admonished him. To her surprise, he actually blushed. Anyhow, it's almost time. Keep an eye on his feet and be ready. Kitamura was more than a little frustrated by now. He kept taking slowed and slower turns, just to make sure he wasn't missing anything. The tenseness of the situation was wearing on his legs and arms as they twitched in anticipation of what might happen. I know your tricks, little girl. I'll tell you right now that there is no way you're going to outlast them. He narrowed his eyes as something caught his attention. He recognized that tree trunk. Looking at the floor below it, his eyes widened as he saw the wet ground and the arrow laying on it. Realization dawned as he brought his hands together. Kai. Now. Kitamura had just enough time to see the fog waver before two distinct shadows appeared before him. A brace of kunai shot towards him and he tried to jump, only to find that his feet were firmly attached to the forest floor. He quickly used his bow to deflect the projectiles before looking down. Once again his eyes widened in horror. His feet were tangled up in his own web. He wasn't slowing his turning because of the situation, he was slowing it because he was becoming ensnared in his own traps. He lifted his head at his opponent's got in an all too familiar stance. Hake Rokujuyan Sho. Hake Sanjuni Sho. I already told you that's pointless. Kitamura shouted at them as the battering began. Everywhere they tried to strike, a golden plate of armor was left in their wake. Still, they didn't look deterred in the slightest. The golden coating slowly increased its domain as the Hyuga's prized attacks dwindled down. By the time they struck with their final blows, his back was to a tree and his body looked like a large, deformed gargoyle statue. A hollow echoing laugh could be heard through the clearing as his joyful eyes peered out of the golden mask covering his face at the two tired ninja in front of him. Is that all? Did you really think you could touch me? You're as pathetic as your village. No wonder Sasuke-sama ran off. If this is all Konoha has to offer, I would have been long gone too. Sasuke-sama is Orochimaru-sama's possession. No matter what, he won't be caught. You're wrong about two things. Neji stated calmly. First, Naruto is more than enough to stop that pompous fool from getting too far. Let alone the rest of the group that is with him. Second, Hinata stepped towards the gilded statue, with Neji at her side. We weren't finished yet. Getting right up in his face, the two Konoha ninja each pulled an arm back. Kitamura snickered in his head at the futile attempt at an attack. Anything they tried would just be deflected. He watched as they gathered chakra in their hands. He watched as they cocked their muscles into place. He reinforced his chest protection as he saw their hands shoot forward. He watched. Eyes widened again in realization as their hands turned towards his face. Hake. Nushi. Index and middle fingers extended. Each of the pair shot their hands towards their target's eyes, the only place that he seemed reluctant to cover with the shell. They saw him futility closing his eyelids in an attempt to guard his exposed organs as a thin shell of gold coated them. It seemed that the shell was having a difficult time covering the membranes though, possibly due to the lack of areas to prepare the substance before it ejected. As fingers neared eyes, it was a race to see what would reach its completion first. Milliseconds stretched on into, seemingly, hours before attack met defense. In an instant it was all over. A loud, dull ring sounded through the forest. Neji and Hinata collapsed side by side as they looked up as the statuesque form of their enemy. His gilded eyes stared forward in quiet contemplation. Solid save for a small pinhole-sized opening on each orb. That tiny portal was all the two Jukin practitioners needed in order to deliver their final blow. Inwardly they were both thankful for the fact that they wouldn't have to see the after effects of their attack. Based on the sound that it made on the back of the shell, the Oto Nin probably didn't have much a head left. That's to Hinata-san. Neji turned his head towards his cousin as he saw her quirk an eyebrow. Two new attacks that you've come up with, one on the fly against an enemy we had no information about. If only the clan could see you now. They would still think me weak and pitiful. I am happy with the way things are, Neji-Nisan, please don't upset that. She hung her head a bit in sadness. Will you at least teach me your Shugohak Rokujian show? No. The techniques I come up with now are no longer part of the Hyuga clan, and I ask that you not try to replicate it. Not that you could anyway. Getting a questioning look, she elaborated. It's meant for a much more agile body than that of a man. Females are generally more agile due to our slighter frames. So you won't let me teach it to the females of the clan either. You wouldn't be able to get permission, even if I allowed you to. Kaiden is a self-preservation jutsu. That is something the Hyuga, as it currently is, want to portray. Strength as a singular unit rather than on the whole. They have become so obsessed with their own power that even the thought of a jutsu used to protect another would be demeaning in their eyes. See. Perhaps someday they will change their ways. Maybe then you will be able to teach them the correct path, Hinata-san. I wonder. Hinata let out a sigh and turned to her cousin to respond only to see him laying back on the ground, clutching his shoulder and breathing heavily. Neji-Nisan. Hey, as much as I want to relax right now, it seems that taking an arrow through shoulder leaves one a little out of sorts. Hold still, Nisan. I'll do what I can. Just like Haku did for Neji, Hinata was now tending to her cousin, healing up his wound as best as she could. Her head turned idly towards the direction the rest of the team went. Good luck, everyone. Sighing once more, she turned back to her task while reaching into her medical supplies for some bandages. We'll get you patched up, then work our way back to the village. With any luck, we'll meet some other teams to point in the right direction. I can make it back myself after you patch me up, Hinata-san. You go on ahead and back them up. You think I would just leave you here alone in your condition? Hinata scowled down at him before her look softened. Besides, I'm too low on chakra to be of any use in another fight. I still need to work on my reserves more, it seems. If that's the case, then I would be glad to have you walk beside me, Hinata. The double meaning of his comment was not lost on his companion, and the tears in her eyes showed that fact well. Hi. I would be happy to walk beside you as well, Neji-Nisan. The sun had already almost set as it cast a fiery glow across the treetops. Those sprinting through the canopy below could only get brief glimpses of it, however, as the leaves of the large trees remained thick throughout their journey. Soon it would be completely dark and any sight at all would become an issue. I can smell the bastards, but we aren't getting any closer. We need to speed up if we ever plan on catching them. Are they getting any farther away, Kiba? Shikamaru responded from behind the teen. No, which means we can gain on them pretty easily. Let's go. Kiba started to move a little faster, eager to get into a real fight. Stop. He was stalled by the voice of the team's leader. We've only gotten about a third of the way to the border so far. They obviously aren't too eager to get home, so we should be conserving our energy in order to fight on our terms. What the hell does that mean? Shikamaru muttered out something that sounded like troublesome, before explaining. Simply put, out of who we have left, only two to us are able to utilize our senses well enough for fighting in the dark. It would end up being a 2-on-2 fight for them while we sit back and hope to not become hostages. Since those two would be relying on smell and hearing in order to fight, unless one of you have developed some infrared vision that I was unaware of, we need to be careful of how we engage the enemy. One or both of them may have abilities that could trump those, and then we would be completely helpless. So what do we do then? Kin asked while going over her own night fighting lessons from Otogakure. Suppressing her shiver, she opted to instead go over her current equipment. Well, if Neji or Hinata had stayed with us, we would have been a lot better off, since we would have had the three main senses covered. A bad move on my part for letting them fight together. Since they aren't here, we'll simply have to keep following until morning. Not to mention that if a cloud were to block the moonlight, my Kajimane no Jutsu would be completely useless. Once there is enough light where we can all see and perform to our fullest, we'll make our move. Right. Everyone agreed as they leapt a little more casually through the branches. So Jirobo and Kitamaru never caught up, even after this much time. They must be having a difficult time back there. It doesn't matter. We've gotten far overnight, but at this rate. Yeah, we don't even know if we'll make it in time. Let's hurry. Saken didn't spare another word as he led Yuya a little faster along their path. Jirobo and Kitamaru may not have caught up yet, but neither did those Konoha brats. There's still time though, so we can't let our guard down. No sooner had that thought passed through his head than Yuya felt the barrel in her arms shift. Hold on. Saken stopped on a branch and looked over to see her looking down at the barrel. Is it almost done? No, but. Both the Odo nin shifted their eyes behind them to see the remains of the Konoha group standing on the branches and trunks behind them. What the hell are those two morons doing? They let this many through. It doesn't matter, I'll just take care of them now. Saken leapt off his branch towards the group of younger ninja and was met with a couple kunai that were easily dodged or deflected. However, he wasn't as prepared for the double counter attack from Shikamaru and Kin. Don't get cocky now, Terenkan. In a flurry of punches, both of his targets were sent flying to the sides and the air in front of him was cleared just in time to see Naruto flying at him with a Rasengan readied. Shikamaru swore as the initial stage of his plan was foiled when Naruto's arm got caught and his attack dissipated into the air. One plan down, many more to go. Now Kiba. Don't underestimate us, Suga. A tornado of claws shredded its way through Naruto's midsection as Kiba attempted his attack on Saken. Nice try, kid, but an attack of that level won't work on someone like me. The man smirked a bit as he ducked the attempted attack. Saken. Said ninja realized too late that the vortex he just dodged was heading straight for Yuya. Damn it, Yuya. Move. I can't, you asshole. Yuya yelled back from her position. In truth, she really couldn't. Shikamaru had taken the opportunity that Naruto and Kiba provided to trap her in his Kajimane no Jutsu. With both Odo nin preoccupied, Kiba was free to stop his attack and grab the barrel. Hey, as if you even had a chance against us. Seeing Saken make a turn back towards Kiba, Shikamaru waited for the Inuzuka to leap away before positioning his captive in an optimal spot before releasing his jutsu. The resulting crash caused both of the enemy ninja to topple off the branch. Let's get out of here. Not waiting for the others to acknowledge him, Shikamaru prodded Kiba to stop his gloating and move. Soon the remains of the Konoha team were jumping as fast as they could back towards home. Behind them, Saken was not happy at all. Damn those little ingrates. I'll tear them apart. Leopard-like spots crept across his skin as he blurred from view and took off after their charge. Yuya scowled, but hopped after him at a bit of a reserved pace. Our time limit just got shot to hell. Orochimaru-sama is going to kill us off now regardless if we get the red-eyed bastard to Odo or not. Fuck. This sucks. Spitting to the side to rid the distasteful thoughts, she sped up a bit in hopes that maybe her leader would be merciful. For once, yeah right. It was only when she got out of her little self-reflection that she started to notice the small white tags nearby. Her eyes narrowed at the sight of them before quickly turning to wide-eyed surprise. Saken. Tags. Her warning came too late, though even if she'd noticed them sooner he was still too far into the explosive trap for such a thing to be of any use. Boom. Yeah. Take that, you freaks. Hey mutt. Save it for when we see bodies. If they aren't dead, chances are they'll come after us with more force now. True to Kin's words, Saken blasted through the smoke made by the explosions, and he didn't look happy. You worthless little pieces of trash. I'll punish you properly for all the trouble you've. He never got to finish as a purple and blonde blur tackled him out of midair. The group would have breathed a sigh of relief had not said Blur been heading straight for a ravine along with the, now cursing, Saken. Ino. I'm going after her. Get that asshole back to the village. Naruto was about to jump when a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. He turned his head and looked right into Kin's eyes. No, Naruto-sama. I'll go after her. You need to stay here in case that chick shows up again. Or worse, Sasuke gets out. You know something, Kin? Shikamaru stepped forward a bit as if daring her to lie. There are others besides these four that I'd be no good against. I don't know what they can do, but I know that these guys are afraid of them. Also, I don't want to fight Tayuya. She may be the enemy, but she's the only one that helped keep me safe, back then. Kin looked down and shut her eyes, half expecting an impromptu interrogation to take place right there in the forest. Go. Wah. Hey Shikamaru's the team leader Naruto, you can just. Kiba was cut off by the glare sent his way from the blonde. Just go, Kin, we'll handle things here. Despite what he said, Naruto watched as she looked towards Shikamaru, who in turn gave a nod of approval. Just be careful down there, Kin, tell Ino too. I will, Naruto-sama. Now you hurry up and get that overgrown washtub home and scrub it out really good. No doubt the fungus inside is growing out of control. Smirking at her own joke, Kin leapt over the side of the ravine and started her run down its steep walls. It wasn't until she had been running for about 20 seconds that she realized just how far down she was. Ino. You better not have hurt yourself doing such a thing. As she finally hit a stream at the base of the cliff, after another 15 seconds, Kin was able to even out on the surface of the water and start heading downstream. It soon became obvious that both victims of the tackle had survived the fall to some extent by the discarded weapons embedded into the wall. What got her nervous were the strands of long, bloody, blonde hair that she saw along with those weapons. While Ino may have been alive for the landing, she couldn't be sure that the same could be said at the current moment. Ino. Kin tried her best to call out to her friend, but it almost seemed to be more hopeless the farther she ran. It wasn't until several hundred feet down the ravine that she came upon the site of the fight, and to her relief there were still two combatants. She didn't have time to contemplate more though, as the blonde had definitely seen better days. Without any delay, Kin threw herself in front of the charging Saken while throwing a handful of Senbon. It didn't the desired effect as Saken simply sidestepped the projectiles and backhanded her into the stream. So another mouse decided to join the fun. Good thing too, your friend was getting a little boring. Kin stood up from the water, taking in her surroundings in the lapse in action. Saken was, for the most part, laughing at the teen girls as he decided who to go after first. Ino, on the other hand, was propped up on one of the stone formations in the air with blood covering more of her outfit than Kin felt comfortable seeing her with. Ino, you okay? Other than feeling like I fell down a cliff and got beaten to a pulp. Yeah, just fine. I'm going to have so many bruises tomorrow. Ino put a hand to her ribs as she used the rocks to hoist herself back to a standing position. I doubt I'll be moving too much for at least a few minutes. Think you can keep him occupied while I do some healing? HMPH, what do you take me for, a fangirl? Kin smirked as Ino winced, then chuckled when she retaliated with a stuck-out tongue. I'll buy as much time as I can, but I don't think I can beat him down solo. We'll need to use some of your tricks most likely, so don't get lazy on me. She heard Ino snort at her as she brought her attention back to the Odo Nin, which turned out to be a good thing because his little debate seemed to be over and he was now running toward her. Saken smirked as he watched the new girl try to put up a hasty guard. That won't work against me, girl. Saken threw a punch at the girl, which was easily blocked. Undeterred, he followed up with a kick only to have his leg grabbed and thrown in the air, causing him to stumble back just a little. It wasn't enough for her to get any leverage, but it was almost enough for a surprise attack. Almost. Saken tossed his arm out behind him and smacked the incoming kunai off to the side without so much as a glance. Now, blonde. You'll get your turn later. Saken still hadn't turned his eyes towards Ino, and despite them being the only ones there, he was still creeping out the two girls. How in the hell did you see that? Live long enough and maybe you'll find out, precious. Saken puckered his lips towards Kin mockingly before charging in again. Once more he threw a punch, but this one was caught and he soon found himself twisted around with his arm in a very uncomfortable angle. Still he was grinning. Now what are you gonna? Oomph. Kin. Ino kept her healing going, but she almost made it slip when Saken grew another arm out of his back and backhanded Kin across the face hard enough to send her into another rock pillar. What the hell are you? Ino glared at the, now three-armed, man as he turned towards her and laughed. Wouldn't you like to know? They both heard him talk, but neither saw his mouth move. Their shock must have been obvious, if his laughter was anything to go by. He began to walk slowly towards Kin as she tried to stand, until he got halfway and rushed her. Terenken. In a flurry of punches, Kin was sent through the pillar she was using as a support before she could manage a defense. Luckily she saw the second hit coming. Again. Terenken. This time Kin ducked under the onslaught and rolled to the side, only to be caught by a foot coming out of Saken's shin. She was once again kicked harshly away and tumbled across the ground towards Ino. She took a moment to get her bearings back before attempting to get up once again, spitting out a little blood as she regained her footing. So you just grow random parts out of your body or something? I knew there were some freaks in Odo, but not to that extent. The fatso and the redhead at least looked normal, but I'm guessing they have their own uniqueness too. You don't get by in our line of work without having some special traits that will give you the upper hand in a fight. Maybe if you live through this you'll find something special of your own. Of course, that's a very big if. Well, we'll just have to make it a when then. Ino stood up and got into position beside Kin. Kin addressed her without taking her eyes off Saken. Are you okay now, Ino? I know you couldn't heal everything that fast. Not like I have a choice at the moment. Most of it was just bruising and scratches anyway. Well then, I'll just have to try a little harder, won't I? Saken smirked at them as they grit their teeth and tensed to ready themselves for anything. His grin grew even more when the two rushed him and split up. So they think that will work. Overwhelm with numbers. Ha. The Konoha Kunoichi split up as they rushed their enemy, attempting to surround their opponent. They would play cautious at the time being, since they really had no idea what this guy's limitations were. For all they knew, he could become a raging ball of fists and feet at his leisure and block anything that they threw at him. This was only compounded by the guy's confidence. They had already gotten on direct opposite sides of him and he hadn't even flinched. Normally someone would at least attempt to keep their challengers in front of them, but this guy just faced Ino and completely ignored Kin. Even with his blatant disregard for his own safety, the two were cautious as they moved in, taking time to look for openings before they actually showed up. The man revealed nothing as he stood there and waited for them to come into range. Right as they were about to hit him, they found out just how adaptive he could be. With no warning, Saken's upper body split into two, with half blocking Kin and the other blocking Ino. Despite the two grinning faces, and the activated seal spreading across his skin, the girls didn't seem as phased as he would have thought. Still, he took it as two little girls playing kunoichi, whom just didn't understand the horrors of the world. Well. It looks like you decided to come out and play after all, Ukin. Ah. You were all so noisy that I couldn't get much sleep. You were seriously having so much trouble with such little girls. Well, I might see why you kept this one alive so long anyway. The half-holding Ino sprouted a head out of his chest and took a leering look at her assets while licking his lips. She looks like she could be fun. Yeah, now that I get a good look at this one, she does seem kissable. Saken puckered his lips at Kin. Come on, honey, whata ya say? My lips. Kin tightened her grip on Saken's hands. Will only be kissed by Naruto-sama. She tried to kick the duo with a low blow, but two legs popped out of the body's thighs and scissored around her foot, trapping it. Kin smirked and Saken's eyes widened a bit. And I am not about to do anything remotely intimate with you, either of you. Shaking off the momentary confusion of how she should address the odd Odo Nin, Ino brought her foot up as well. Since all of Saken's other limbs were now occupied, he left a wide open gap to a man's most sensitive flesh. The kick never connected though, as the man quickly disengaged and jumped clear of the two that seemed to have no qualms about fighting dirty. Haven't you ever heard of honor amongst thieves? What kind of person takes such an easy shot? Saken growled at the smirking girls. That's great that thieves have honor and all, but besides, you started it with your sickening and unwanted advances. Ino chided. Fine. Don't expect me to take it easy on you now though. Saken growled out once again as he stepped forward. Saken, if we don't hurry up here, there is going to be hell to pay when we make it back to Odo. Stop screwing around already, Uken warned from the back. Che, fine. You'll have to excuse my brother. Even with his condition, he can still get a bit impatient. Before the girl's eyes, the black marks spread across his skin and his appearance began to change. Uken's head was now beside Sakin's and each sported a horn sprouting from their foreheads. With their darkened skin, long gray hair and elongated canines, the brothers looked more like a two-headed Oni than a ninja. They didn't get much time to ponder that fact though, as they quickly came under attack. Now let's see how well you can keep up. With a speed that left them barely able to keep up, the man charged right at Ino. Terenkyaku. Ino had been on the receiving end of this attack before Kin had come, but this was completely different. With her body at a standstill, she ended up being nearly bent in half from the force of the blow alone before power overcame inertia and she was flung away. She rolled across the rocky ground, gaining back every injury she had healed and then some before she was stopped by slamming, hard, into the side of the ravine. With her body now propped against the rock wall, Ino gave one cough, but that was all her audience needed to see to know how badly she was injured. Kin was in a slight panic. That's far too much blood. If she can even stand back up, it'll be an amazing feat. She turned her attention back to her opponent and felt disgusted at the sight of his grin. When he looked her way though, she took an involuntary step back. His eyes weren't that of a human. All she could see was his want to kill whatever was in front of him, and right now that was her. One little piggy down. Now how about we treat you to our unique style of massage? It's guaranteed to loosen you right up. Especially around the lower back. Why, if your friend lives through this, I bet she'll be able to move in all new ways. Of course she probably won't be able to walk anymore due to her fractured spine. Bastard. Kin gathered her senbon, fear all but gone now as she prepared herself for what would most likely happen. She needed a plan and she needed it fast. The hairs stood up on the back of her neck and she jumped to the left, just in time to see her previously occupied personal space was now home to a brand new crater, courtesy of Sakin's Terenkan. He's definitely not playing around anymore. If only I could lower his abilities some. Think Kin. She dodged quickly once more, seemingly by instinct as the Odo Nin kicked a rock behind where she had been into dust. You're better at running away than your friend, I'll give you that much. Or maybe you're just getting sloppy, asshole. She threw a couple of her senbon towards him as she dodged away again. Can't even lay a hand on me anymore. If I had to guess, I would say you only got stronger with that little freak show transformation. With another toss, she aimed a little ahead of where he was and was rewarded as he ran right through them to get to her. Unfortunately, the attack missed anything vital, but maybe the pain would slow him down a bit. Somewhat intelligent girly, but that kind of thing won't work on us. Sakin pulled the senbon out and tossed them aside. You'll have to do a hell of a lot better than that to even leave a scratch on me. Their game of cat and mouse went on for a few more minutes, with both getting more and more frustrated with the other as neither seemed able to land a decent hit. Having had enough, Kin grabbed some of her special senbon and prepared a desperate plan. She hadn't tried this attack before, but there seemed no better time than a life or death situation, where she was quickly running out of options, to test it out. Waiting for Sakin's next strike, Kin quickly threw her weapons to the ground and leapt out of the way. Just as she cleared his attack again, Sakin found himself in a circle of needles. He looked up at his query and cocked his head to the side in mild confusion and amusement. And just what is this supposed to do? Are you a witch now? Am I in your spell circle? His laughter died in his throat as Kin's hands jerked and the world seemed to wobble. What the hell? She jerked her hands again and another ripple went through his vision. The more she pulled, the stronger the waves of nothing seemed to be. Kin got a little excited as she saw her enemy drop to his knees and grip his head. She even let a glimmer of hope shine through when he lost the meager contents of his stomach. Do you like that? Their sound waves at such a high frequency that they shake the very cells in your body, and because you stepped into my spell circle, you are getting the full blast of the attack. He could barely hear her through the clang of the senbon around him. Peering for a way to stop the technique, he could barely make out the small metal bars attached to each senbon. It reminded him of a small kunoichi in Oto that had actually caused him to lose control for a little while when he accidentally stepped into one of her techniques. He had beaten the little bitch into the ground, but couldn't kill her because Orochimaru-sama had plans for her. Could this girl before him be the same one that ended up causing him and his master so much grief? There was no more time to think about such things though as a tingle, not unlike the one he felt back then, went up his spine. Kin watched as the sound waves of her chimes started to affect the brothers. Watching carefully, she realized that she was actually seeing something similar happening back at one of the bases in Oto. The two heads on the demonic body were the first to begin shifting, moving slightly farther away from each other as a line formed in the junction of their necks. In a few seconds the line gave way to flesh as it lengthened and widened. Soon, half of his upper body was in two pieces, and his screams were echoing off the stone walls. "What the fuck are you doing, you bitch? This is URHK. It seemed the split had reached his stomach as they hunched over and let loose another torrent from their mouths. Whatever Uken was going to say was lost as they started to writhe on the ground. "I don't care how strong you are. If you hurt my friends, I'm going to hurt you twice as bad." Kin pulled the strings on her chimes a bit faster and was rewarded with a wet suctioning sound as the two halves finally split apart and fell to either side. "Now die." She stopped her chimes, as they had done their job, and both Saken and Uken seemed to be passed out on the ground. As she walked closer to the two, she began to feel a bit of unease. Looking closer, she could see that the area around the split was barely bleeding, and even what little bleeding there was actually stopping very rapidly. It's almost like he's regenerating. As the implications of what she was thinking hit her, Kin started to move a little faster. Instead of heading for the downed enemy though, she went to Ino and quickly slipped the blonde onto her back while doing her best to ignore the pained groans from her friend. With her new burden in hand, Kin ran for the stream and didn't look back. "I can't take them both on at once, and if they can heal like that, then any small damage we do is pointless. We need to come up with a hard-hitting plan," but with Ino out of commission this whole fight got a lot more difficult. Tossing those thoughts to the side for the moment, Kin concentrated on getting the two of them as far from the battlefield as possible before the twins decided to fight back. She knew exactly who they were now, and that was all she needed to know in order to realize that her Senbon attack wasn't going to be nearly enough. Hitting the water, she changed a glance back, just before disappearing from view behind the cliffs, to see one of the two getting up. He was holding his head and shaking it slightly, but he would be up and about in no time. The only consolation she had was that he didn't seem to notice that she had left, yet. That could have gone better. "Saken. Hey Saken. Get the hell up, you lazy bastard. I know you never got knocked out." "Oh shut it, Uken. It's not like you couldn't handle things yourself. Maybe if you wouldn't have been playing around to begin with, we wouldn't have been forced into this position. Goddammit, that hurt. She reminds me of that little bitch back in Oto that did pretty much the same thing. I say we treat her to the full service we were going to give to that girl before Orochimaru-sama stepped in." "No. I think she is that same girl." "Huh. But I thought Lord Orochimaru sacrificed that one during the invasion for this technique." "He was supposed to, but remember, the technique messed up. I think she gave the guards the slip and got away. If that's the case, then she's a traitor and we can punish her as one." Saken grinned evilly. He always liked torturing the traitors. "Yeah. But first we have to find her," Uken said as he looked around the area. Saken followed suit and was slightly angered that his target gave them the slip again. "Hey Uken, that blonde is gone too." "Hey. But her blood isn't." They both looked to where Ino had once been propped against the walls to see the patch of bloody ground there. Indeed, there was a few drips of blood here and there on the ground, leading away from her resting spot and towards the stream. They both gave a sinister grin as Uken melded into his brother once more. Their cells were still a little out of order, so it took a bit longer than normal, but they had a trail, so they had time. Kin had been pacing herself for over 10 minutes before she finally came to a path out of the water. Breathing a sigh of relief, she trudged onto the soft embankment and made her way through the cut in the cliff's side into the grove of trees beyond. She only made it a few hundred feet in though before her package started to shift. Kin. Welcome back to the land of the living, Ino. What happened? The last thing I remember. That thing kicked me hard. I managed to get him with one of my attacks, but it won't be long before he gets back on his feet. We need to get some distance before he gets too good of a hold on himself. There was little time for in-depth descriptions, but there were some things that Ino had to know. He and his brother are able to split away from each other. Ino. I don't know much about their abilities, but they are strong enough to be in Orochimaru's elite guard. I slightly remember a run-in I had with them while I was in Odo. It was a little before the Chunin exams and it was a completely one-sided fight. Thankfully, depending how you look at it, Orochimaru had plans for me already, so he wasn't allowed to kill me, but that didn't stop him from giving me the beating of my life. Also, he can regenerate to a good extent. Ino. I split him in half and I saw him getting up right before we left that area. So you ran away? Ino asked sarcastically with slight smirk and a cocked eyebrow. Says the one who got taken out in less than a second. Kin shot back before returning to her former grim state. How's your back? Quote. Instead of answering right away, Ino buried her head in Kin's shoulder. After a minute she finally spoke, but it was soft and reserved. I can't feel my legs. Quote. Kin couldn't really say anything to comfort her. If it was bad enough, an injury to the spine could easily paralyze a person. Ino had taken the hit through her stomach, but the damage was still severe. They would need to find a place to stop and check her soon. If the kick was hard enough to damage her spine, chances were that she had some heavy internal bleeding. Saken had rushed down the stream as soon as they found that the blood trail led to the water. It didn't take them long to find the small shore that the two girls had exited on, and even less time to find the indentations in the ground from Kin. They were easily noticeable due to the fact that she was carrying double the weight and the impressions were deep on the muddy soil. Saken nearly shook his head in amusement at the poor cover-up the girl did during her escape. They know they can't get away, so why do they even try? Trailing through the brush, he found the trail easy to follow even though he did have to search for signs a little more than he had anticipated from their initial landing. A snapped twig here, a scuffed root there. It may as well have been a neon rope for someone like him. He stopped as he heard voices up ahead and grinned. This would be even easier if they were talking so loud. Ouch. Sorry. I know it isn't the most comfortable spot, but if we don't check you out a little, you could die from internal bleeding. Now hold still. I don't know a whole lot of medical jutsu yet, so you'll have to bear with me. If I find something though, you'll probably have to heal it yourself. Silence reigned for a few moments as he crept closer to the pair, being sure to keep as quiet as he could. Okay, it looks like you've got a lot of bruising. There's some bleeding around your spleen and a little at your liver, but that's the best I can see. Your spine looks to be intact, but a disc is shifted and probably pressing against your spinal cord, which is probably why you can't feel your legs right now. As long as we're careful, it should be fixable when we get back to Konoha. Ino let out a relieved, if somewhat pained, sigh. Thank Kami. I was so afraid I wouldn't be able to walk again. She sniffled a little, clearly overcome a bit by the fact that she may be alright after all. A dark chuckling came from around them and both girls started at the noise. So, you think it'll be that easy to evade us? I think you'll have more to worry about than just a dislocated disc. Kin. Behind you. At Ino's yell, Kin tried to spin and dodge at the same time, but it was too late. By the time she had her eye on Saken, he had already touched her. She was able to jump back away from him with only that touch, but his smile told her it wasn't that simple. Hello dear. A gruff voice came from over Kin's shoulder. She quickly spun and dodged again, except there was nothing there. She turned back around quickly towards Saken to see him grinning to the point that she expected his face to split apart. Looking towards Ino for any help she could give, all she saw was a horrified expression as the girl looked at her. Nope. I'm not over there either. The voice said again. This time she only turned her head, fear of the possibilities rooting her feet in place. What she found, when she looked as far back as she could, was a demonic face staring back at her from her own shoulder. The pitiful look in her eyes must have been bad as the head began to laugh at her. Come on now, you should have been able to guess my abilities from before. I swear sometimes you kunoichi never take the time to stop and think things through. Let me spell it out for you. I can hop to other people's bodies. Pretty cool, huh? Right now we are connected on a less than cellular level. I'm also in the process of changing everything about you into everything about me. That's right. I'm going to make your body into mine. Don't feel too bad though. I'll make sure to send a thank you letter to your little master. For good measure, Ukin licked the side of Kin's face. It was enough to snap her out of her own stunned silence. You asshole. Give me my body back. Kin pulled out a kunai and aimed for Ukin's head but was stopped as an arm came out of her shoulder and blocked the strike. Ah. 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 Any damage you do to me will reflect right back onto you. You don't want to die now, do you? The uncertainty in her eyes told him all he needed to know, and he laughed again. Meanwhile, Saken began his advance on Ino. Well, it looks like those two are getting acquainted just fine. Now it's about time I deal with you. Sorry, but it'll have to be quick. Orochimaru-sama doesn't like waiting and we're already close to being past due. Ino took in the sight of her aggressor and noted that he was now dressed, at least halfway, in what looked like armor. She could only assume that it was where Kin said they had split apart. Gee, don't I feel lucky. She winced as she tried to sit up a little better. You should. After all, this is the third time I've had to use this on you, and the second in my fully released form. Terenkyaku. Saken watched the girl flinch as the knowledge of what was about to happen hit her. He sped towards her and extended his leg. Foot connected with flesh, but it wasn't the body he was aiming for. As such, his blows were a lot weaker than they should have been due to the shorter distance between his cocked leg and his new target. Ah, Saken. You idiot. Saken stood in slight disbelief as he realized that Kin had stepped into the path of his attack. He tried to move around to the side in order to get at Ino, but the girl followed him, staying between him and the blonde. Hey, not so smart now, are you? She called out over her shoulder. I may be stuck with you, for now, but it looks like you take the damage I take as well. With her newfound knowledge, Kin rushed Saken with Ukin still stuck to her back. She attacked him with reckless abandon, knowing there wasn't much he could do without hurting his brother too. A suicide rush, not a bad plan, girl. But, Terenken. Kin took an instinctive step back, slightly surprised that Saken would use such an attack when his brother was in her. The attack hit and despite her small dodge she was flung backwards and onto the ground. That was too close, brother. I almost didn't have time to get out. Ukin was holding his stomach as he stood next to Saken. Your Terenkyaku did some damage to me. I'm going to need to rest for a while. Fine. Just sit back and Shintenshin no Jutsu. Ukin's body jerked just as he was about to re-enter Saken. Ukin. Saken looked warily at his brother, whom had his head down a bit. Sorry, your brother's not home right now. Ukin said as he looked up and gave off a all too cheery smile. Unlike his transfer jutsu, which takes his whole body, mine only takes the mind. In other words, your brother's body is my puppet. Saken looked over towards the girls to see Kin struggling back to her feet. Ino on the other hand was slumped over with her hands in her lap and her head down. So that's who did it, but all I have to do is take out the anchor and Ukin should be released. In the meantime I need to absorb him back or he could become a problem later. He looked back towards his brother only to curse as he found out he had disappeared. Don't worry, she just took him for a little walk. I'm sure they'll be back in no time. Kin spat out sarcastically. Now it's just you and me. You give yourself too much credit, bitch. Saken growled as he leapt forward, intent on ending Kin's life first. I have to be quick or Ukin will run out of chakra. He's already low. He drove his fist forward as he neared Kin, only to scream in frustration as a body blocked the way again. Don't you know that it's not nice to pick on defenseless little girls? A masculine voice asked. Saken looked up to see his hand blocked by a boy with far too much makeup on his face. So they really did send in the clowns, huh? Careful. He can meld with your body. Kin warned. She remembered the boy from the Chunin exams and while he was an enemy then due to the invasion, he seemed to be an ally now. Even if he wasn't, she was in no condition to fight Saken by herself. Too late. The Oto Nin shouted with glee. He shoved Konkuro's arm out of the way and quickly latched onto the boy's face. You're mine. He could have melded with the boy if Ukin was still in their body, but with Ukin out he had to resort to other means of disposal. Currently he would settle with crushing the boy's head in his claw-like hand. He began to squeeze as the boy's hands shot up to his arm and tried to pull it off. He waited for the sound of the skull popping, but instead all he got was a slight cracking. What? He looked around his own arm to see grains of sand falling from where his claws dug into his victim's face. Two hands shot out from the package on Konkuro's back and pulled at the wrappings, revealing the real Konkuro. He grinned as he heard the man behind him struggling with his puppet. I see you've met Kurori. He's a newer puppet, but he seems to like you a lot. His fingers twitched and Kurori readied 4 more arms around Saken, each with razor-sharp saw blades protruding from the sections in them. Shit. Saken's struggle became more desperate as the arms closed around him. He managed to get his arm free, but the blades were already upon him, so he did his best to throw up a guard. As the arms circled him, his own arms came up to form somewhat of a triangle around him. He winced as the metal met flesh and grit his teeth when the arms jerked back towards the puppet, effectively cutting whatever they came into contact with. As the puppet jumped away, Konkuro expected the demonic-looking man to cry out in pain. What he didn't expect was the glare and kick to the gut that he got. As he held his stomach and backed away a bit, he studied his opponent a little closer. What the hell? He can regenerate to some extent. We did some damage to him before, but it's all been healed by now. Kin informed as she maneuvered between Saken and Ino. That would have been a little more helpful a few seconds ago. Hey, like I expected backup to fall out of nowhere, asshole. Now shut it and get your best attack ready because that's probably what it'll take to kill this guy. The tick mark on her head told him that he shouldn't argue the point, but that didn't keep the Sunanin from wondering things out loud. Wait a minute, weren't you with Odo during the invasion? Shouldn't you be on their side? All movement stopped in the area as Kin looked a bit more nervous and Saken looked like he completely lost it. I knew it was you, you little bitch. Now I can finally have my payback and Orochimaru will probably praise me for it this time. Saken immediately turned his attention towards the girl and charged, only to be forced off course as another puppet came at his side. Are you fucking serious? Stop toying with me, you little bastard. Konkuro remained calm despite the killing intent that was pouring on him. Sure, as soon as you apologize for calling me a clown. Okay, fine. I'm sorry I called you a close, you fucking drag queen. Okay, now you're a dead man. Karasu leapt at the man from behind, but was easily dodged. Despite that, the puppet didn't slack once and it chased Saken around the trees. Keeping one eye on the fight, Konkuro shuffled over towards Kin. What happened to her? He asked, indicating the still unconscious Ino. Her jutsu. She made this guy's brother go for a walk, but it leaves her vulnerable. So because she decided to play hero, we have to keep her body safe. Che, those Konoha nin take too much pride in their flashy ways. The growl that sounded from his side told him that he may have said a little too much. She did it to make my fight easier. Since she took one of them away, it became a one-on-one fight instead of two-on-one. Konkuro's sweat dropped at the explanation. Wouldn't it have been 2-on-2? Kin looked down with a little sorrow. She can't use her legs. Konkuro almost lost his concentration at that. He chanced to look at the blonde and saw that her legs were indeed at a rather uncomfortable angle, yet it didn't seem to be bothering her body at all from the look on her face. I see. I told her that it was just a dislocated disc, but I really don't know. I'm not that good with diagnosis, so it could be anything. All I know is there is damage around her spine and she has internal bleeding. We need to finish this fight soon so she can release her jutsu and get back to her body. I can't heal the damage, but she can. She looked pleadingly at him, and he nodded in understanding. If you have anything that could help out, poisons, genjutsu, anything. I just have to make his movements a little more predictable. Kin thought over her arsenal quickly. Yeah, I got something I can try, but it won't do much. He'll still be able to see, but it should clear out his hearing and voice. It'll have to do. Let's go. Karasu is getting near the edge of my range. Getting a nod from the brunette, they both shot off into the trees. With Uken gone and Saken occupied, they would have to take a chance at leaving Ino unguarded. They found Saken dodging Karasu around a tight clump of saplings. The thin shoots made it difficult for the puppet to maneuver since it was reliant on Konkuro for navigation. Getting in position, Kin knelt down on a tree branch and raced through hand seals, all the while praying that this would work. Rua no Yos. She barely whispered it, but Saken's head snapped in her direction anyway. The jutsu took hold though, and her target seemed slightly confused at first before realizing what she did. Saken was about to dispel the technique, but again he was interfered with. Can't I get one break today? I'm not getting taken down by these kids. He dodged Karasu, who seemed to be navigating the small sapling with ease now. He considered himself lucky that he saw the blow coming though, as his sense of hearing was completely gone. The last thing he had heard was that little tramp casting her genjutsu, and now he couldn't even dispel it because of this damn puppet. What was worse was that he was starting to run low on chakra too, and if he was this bad off, he hated to think how Uken was faring. Ino had walked far into the woods with Uken's body. She wasn't even sure where she was anymore, but she could tell one thing. This body was running extremely low on chakra, even to the point that it had released the cursed seal and was now back to its original state. It seemed that the body was merely a shell of chakra that was made to hold the consciousness of one of the brothers. Hell, the thing actually felt empty inside. It was a wonder it could even bleed. Finally she had decided she was far enough, and as a last hurrah she bound the body as best as she could to a tree. It wouldn't hold him forever, but it would take him a while to get free. With what little chakra he had left, it would be a miracle if he were able to make it halfway back to her. With the last knot in place, using his own shirt remains to bind him, she released her jutsu and began the long journey back to her own body. Konkuro moved both of his hands in an elaborate display as he conducted the movement of his puppets. Their clicking mechanisms were whirring with reckless abandon now that he didn't have to worry about the noise. As Kurori got into position, Karasu swiped at the oblivious Oto Nin. Almost there. Now, moving his left hand faster, Konkuro sped up the attacks of Karasu, forcing Saken backwards farther and farther. He loosed barrage after barrage of Senbon and Kunai as the man got a little too far away, keeping them to the left or right depending on which direction he dodged in order to keep him going in a reasonably straight line. Just as he jumped back to dodge a particularly nasty brace of Kunai, Saken looked up into the smirking face of Konkuro. So that's why its movements increased. The puppeteer is closer, allowing it to be more effective. I'll have to be more care. His eyes widened as a shadow enveloped him and he hit his back on hard wood. He had just enough time to make out the planks of wood around him before they closed on him with an inaudible clank. Outside of the trap it was eerily quiet. If Saken was screaming for his life, his captors couldn't hear it because of Kin's genjutsu. Kin landed next to Konkuro as she glared at the trap, since she could no longer glare at the man inside. From beside her, Konkuro explained. Kurori's purpose isn't to attack, that's Karasu's job. Kurori traps its victims. The two are a pair. His left hand twitched again, bringing Karasu closer to Kurori. With a flexing of his fingers the puppet's limbs and head separated and flew over to Kurori, hovering just above it as the limbs straightened and blades slipped out of the ends. Kurosuri Angeki, a set of my strongest attacks. Kuro Higikiki Apatsu. Konkuro closed his left fist and the limbs shot forward, each blade finding a matching hole on the prone puppet's body. Quick, efficient, but not very clean. Blood sprayed out through the slots on Kurori, painting the ground in front of it red. Well, I don't think he'll be getting up after that one. The blades target vital organs and it's impossible to dodge them all. Impressive. Dot for a doll. Kin smirked as a tick mark appeared on Konkuro's forehead. Before he could retort though, Kin remembered more important matters. Ino. She shot off towards the direction they left her teammate, leaving Konkuro to follow once he finished cleaning up. She sprang out of the branches where Ino was starting to stir, just in time to see Uken stagger out of the opposite side. The two glared at each other before rushing towards the downed blonde. Stay away from her, you half-dead freak. Go join your brother in hell. Kin tossed a handful of kunai at Uken, Senbon long since exhausted. She only had a few more weapons left, but she had to hold out. You killed Saken. Uken's face went from stunned to completely livid. You little whore. I'll kill you all for that. Despite his intentions, Uken could feel his body growing heavy. He didn't have very long left and now the main body was either destroyed or too far away. Still, he moved forward with purpose. He would take at least one of them with him. He had to for the sake of avenging his brother. Due to Uken's state, he couldn't move fast enough to reach Ino before Kin got her. Throwing another kunai, and forcing the last brother to stagger out of the way, she picked Ino up bridal style as gently as she could afford at the moment and jumped up into the nearest tree branch that was thick enough to support them both. Once they were safely out of reach of Uken, she looked back at him. He was still staggering towards them with anger blazing. She felt a bit sorry for him, but not nearly enough to take any chances. Get down here and fight me. You took away my last family, how dare you? And Odo took mine from me, now they're trying to take my new family. She indicated towards Ino, who now seemed to just be sleeping. She must have used a lot of chakra to get him as far away as she could. She let a smile slip at Ino's dedication. She never would have guessed the girl had it in her when she first saw her at the exams. His gaze went back to Uken and she narrowed her eyes. You signed your own death warrants the moment you stepped into this country. No, the moment you chose to side with Orochimaru. I was lucky and got out. I erase my name from that list and I will live to see tomorrow. Uken finally reached the base of the tree that Kin and Ino were in and attempted to climb it. Using chakra to do so was out of the question and he soon found that his limbs were losing their strength too much to be able to hold up his own weight, no matter how light it was. Instead he had to settle for walking around under the tree and glaring up at Kin. Soon, even his neck wouldn't allow him even that luxury and he had to settle for glaring at the forest floor. A thump on the limb above her caused Kin to look up. Konkuro had joined them finally. She saw him ready his puppets to deliver the final blow. Don't, she said evenly. He looked a bit confused but held his puppets back. He looked at the wandering body below them and smirked. And here I thought my brother was the sadistic one. At least he gives his enemies a quick death. I didn't think someone who sided with Konoha would have it in them to allow someone to suffer like this. We don't, unless you hurt someone close to us. Do that and we'll bring hell to your front door. At least, the real ninja of Konoha will. They both watched in sickening silence as the now limping body began to melt. First they saw some hair fall out, then an eyeball fell and rolled a short distance across the ground. Seconds after that the entire structure of the body seemed to destabilize as every joint stretched out before falling away. Not one sound was heard from the body during the process and they soon found out why. As the pieces hit the floor, an orange-tinted ooze flowed out of the shell of the body. There were no organs left and it seemed that the body was made of a jutsu-generated compound rather than actual body parts. As the leftovers turned into a thick puddle of ooze, the two ninja turned their attention back to more important matters. I need to get her back to Konoha. If she doesn't wake up, it's too much for me to heal. Kin sounded frustrated, but determined. Can you get back on your own? I need to go help the others if I can. I'll be fine. I'm faster than I look. Despite her resolution, Kin could feel the burning of the injuries she herself took. You don't look so great to me. Just go help the others. Tayuya was the only other one up there, so it shouldn't take that long to make sure they're okay and come catch up to yous anyway. With any luck we'll run into Haku or Hinata on the way back and they'll be able to at least take care of her bleeding. So get going and make sure the others are okay. Not waiting for an approval, Kin dashed off into the trees. She would do her best to ignore the pain as her concern for Ino overrode self-preservation instincts. Konkuro just shook his head. He was mildly surprised at the speed of the girl, but he had other things to worry about right now. Judging from his current position, he plotted his course. Before he could do any catching up though he would have to find his way out of this damned ravine. He should have asked if one of the girls knew the way before they split up the first time. Just after Kin had disappeared after Ino, the rest of the group found themselves faced with their own dilemma. With the barrel in their possession, they could only look helplessly to where Kin dropped out of sight. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Naruto announced, more for his own benefit than that of anyone else. A hand on his shoulder prompted him to look into Tenten's eyes. He could tell she knew what he was thinking, but just shrugged it off. Let's get this bastard back to Konoha. Now wait a fucking minute right there, asshole. Everyone turned towards the voice to see a very pissed off redhead glaring at them. Your little rat pack isn't going anywhere with Sasuke-sama. Tayuya brought her flute out and was about to put it to her lips when she froze. The Konoha nin were waiting for anything to come from the girl, but she just seemed to be staring off into space. A light tap from the middle of the group shook them out of their expectant pause as another person joined them. Tayuya, you've taken too long. A deep voice came from the man amongst them. Tayuya paled instantly. Kimimaro. Chapter 32. Clash of the Titans. Immediately the Konoha ninja switched to guarding against this new threat as well. If the pale guy simply showing up was enough to scare the chick, then he was obviously the bigger threat. That didn't mean they knocked Tayuya completely out of the picture though. Who the hell are you? Kiba shouted as he readied his claws. He ignored Akamaru's whining from inside his coat as he tried to gauge the guy's intentions. Kimimaro merely looked at him, dismissed the boy, then turned back to his previous conversation partner. Orochimaru-sama has been waiting for too long for this prize. Now he has run out of time and patience. Even so, I shall take it to him. It was at that point that the group realized exactly where the man had landed. Kimimaro was standing right on top of the container that held their mission goal. Tenten and Naruto both rushed him, but their weapons were blocked as the man simply leaned back, causing the coffin to tip up into the path of their strikes. With an amazing feat of aerial acrobatics, Kimimaro flipped backwards and kicked the barrel away from the group. They could only watch in awe as it went sailing up into the air, only to be caught by the Odo nin after he recovered from his flip and jumped after it. He landed next to Tayuya with the coffin safely in his hands and looked at her out of the corner of his eye with what could only be disgust. Because of your incompetence, Orochimaru-sama had to switch to an undesirable host. I don't know where your teammates are, and I really couldn't care less, but when you all get back you will face my full wrath. What do you think you can do? Why, you half-dead piece of shit. You shouldn't even be able to move. Tayuya called out with what little confidence she could muster. For Orochimaru-sama, I will go beyond my own limitations and succeed. My muscles are no longer what moves my body, I function on his will alone. Kimimaro leapt forward one branch before half turning his head back to her. You haven't outlived your usefulness to me yet though. Keep them busy while I deliver him to Orochimaru-sama. Once you're done, come back to Odo and receive your punishment. With that he was gone. Tayuya clenched her fists and lowered her head. Fuck. If I go back they'll kill me for failing. If I run away, they'll hunt me down, torture me, then kill me. Damn it. If I'm going down then I'm just going to have to take as many as I can down with me, starting with these little fucktards. Maybe if I stop them and catch up fast enough they'll at least let me live. She lifted her head up and glared at the group of 4 in front of her. Alright, you little wannabe fodder. Let's see just how long you think you can last against someone of my caliber. Despite her thoughts, Tayuya still doubted the length of her life in the future. Even so, she would take this fight seriously. If I had to guess, the blonde with the swords or the guy with the ponytail is the leader. Judging from the slices they made, the blonde and the bunhead are weapon specialists in training. The brat whose shirt is whimpering is from that Inuzuka clan that uses animals and would be a close-range fighter. Now, what about Mr. Pineapple Guy? What's his specialty? Oh yeah, shadow manipulation. That's why I couldn't move. While she was assessing their strengths and weaknesses, the Konoha team was coming up with their own plan of action. Shikamaru turned his head slightly to hide his mouth from the enemy. Well, this is just getting better and better. Right when I thought we'd get an easy fight, another one shows up that seems to be even stronger, so troublesome. Hey, if you're just going to stand there and gripe, I'm going to beat this chick myself and go finish our mission. Tenten was annoyed at the Nara's lazy attitude. Go ahead and rush in without a plan then, see where that gets you. Kiba shot back. Oh, like the great Inuzuka would do any better. I swear your dog has more upstairs than you do. Enough. Shikamaru scolded, quieting them both. We already know we can't all stay here with her, so we need to figure out who's staying and who's going ahead. It's safe to say that I'll be staying back at least. Why's that? Naruto inquired. He had a feeling that it was because the boy just didn't feel like going any farther, but he wasn't going to insult someone that he actually had some respect for. Well, that new guy moves far too fast for me. I doubt I would be able to keep up with him in any form. Add to that the fact that we'll be coming up on open ground soon. My attacks will be more effective here where there's more shadow to take advantage of. Besides, I don't really feel like running anymore. It would be nice to finish my part early and just sit and watch the clouds from here. The Nara looked up through the holes in the canopy and sighed as he thought of things he would rather be doing right then. Well, you actually had me impressed until that last reason. Now we just have to figure out who else will be staying behind before she decides to attack. Naruto looked between Kiba and Tenten. Well, I'll be going ahead for certain. What? Why do you automatically get to move on? Kiba demanded. Because I'm the only other Chunin here. If Shikamaru decides he's going to stay here and play with the redhead, then I need to continue on. Aside from that, the new guy must be comfortable with close range if his actions were anything to go by. Since I have knowledge of multiple close-range fighting styles, I would be the best suited to go up against him. Naruto glared at Kiba, emphasizing the points of his rank and fighting knowledge. Naruto has a point, Shikamaru admitted, with Tenten nodding her agreement. Having numerous fighting styles under his belt, even if only partially for some, he can probably figure out what the guy uses far faster than the rest of us. On the other hand, you Kiba, only use your family's form of taijutsu along with you family's beast mimicry jutsu. If what that guy uses can defend against your claws in any way, then you've already lost. Who's to say he won't easily defend against Naruto's skills? Shikamaru sighed. We can't, but out of all of us Naruto is the most diverse. Now we just need to figure out who'll go with him. We've already determined that I won't be going and that Kiba wouldn't be the best choice, so it looks like it's you and Tenten, Naruto. Naruto looked over at Tenten with a much more critical eye than usual. She may specialize in weapons, but she does have ranged attacks and I'm sure she can defend herself in close range long enough for me to back her up. The only problem comes if Sasuke somehow gets out. If that happens, one of us will have to follow and fight him. I'm sure he won't stick around and I highly doubt he'll be willing to come back quietly. That's also the reason Tenten should go. I think, out of the rest of us, she has the best chance to at least hold out for backup to get to her. So it's me and you against a chick? Kiba muttered. Seems kinda like overkill to Herc. Tenten pressed the tip of her freshly drawn kunai a little further into Kiba's neck. I know you didn't just downplay the strength of Kunoichi Kiba. That will get you killed very quickly, understand? Kiba just nodded frantically in acceptance while the other two shook their heads at his stupidity. Okay then, here's what we're going to do. Everyone leaned a little closer to Shikamaru as he explained the small trick up his sleeve. Before he could even get his first words out though, the group was forced to dodge and deflect a shower of kunai. Did you really think I would give you time to plan? Not really, but you did give us time to improvise something. Kiba actually smirked for once, when Naruto and Tenten both puffed into smoke. Sometimes it's useful to have a prankster in our age group. Tayuya spun around to find the retreating backs of the two missing Konoha ninja. God damn it. Get back here, you little fudge packers. Before she could complete her turn and push off towards them, Kiba appeared before her and sprang. She was forced to backpedal and leap to another branch to keep safe. Fucking mutt. I'm going to neuter you for that. When the boy grinned back, she knew something was off. Again, she jumped a few more branches away, just in time to see the Nara's shadow snake back from where she'd just been. Damn. Almost had her. Don't think I'm a pushover just because I've got tits, asshole. Wouldn't dream of it, but he might. Shikamaru lazily pointed behind the red head. She turned to see the spiraling form of Kiba quickly bearing down on her. What the hell? She was forced to leap farther away as the twister closed in. Kiba twisted around as much as he could in his state and kept her on the run, which was fine with her. All she had to do was jump away. Someone else, however, wasn't so happy about the arrangement. Kiba, you're taking her too far out of my range. I can't do anything if you keep playing cat and mouse with her. The instant the words left Shikamaru's mouth, all movement stopped. Had he deemed the Inuzuka a threat by any means, he may have listened to the little voice that was telling him to run. Not that he would have listened to it anyway. It would take far too much energy to run, better to hide. Don't you ever compare me to a cat. Those evil little demons should all be skinned and used as fertilizer. Not knowing the exact abilities of the boy, Tayuya couldn't help but feel a little chill go across her skin. Not enough to cause her concern, but enough to let her know that he would try his hardest to follow through on his threat. Whatever. Just don't run off. Why I had to get stuck with you. Hey, you're the one who chose to stay, then reasoned that the asshole and his bitch get to go after the traitor. Kiba growled again at the fact that Naruto had shown him up once more. Why is he always one step ahead of me? What is it that he has that I don't? Kiba shook the distracting thoughts from his mind just in time to hear their opponent speak. I may not have been willing to give you all time to plan, but you seem more than happy to spare me a moment. For that I'll privilege you by showing you some of my friends. I'll play you a dirge, we'll see if you still look down on us from your place in the dirt. Mateki. Jinbuso Kyoku. Shikamaru cursed as she brought her flute to her lips and began her tune. 3 puffs of smoke appeared and soon cleared off to show 3 monstrosities standing around their summoner. Tayuya didn't even stop her music to acknowledge them, nor did she stop when her branch shook as the 3 leapt towards their targets. The 2 Konoha ninja were forced to leap away as a large, spiked mace crashed right through the branch they had been standing on. They weren't prepared for the second doki to smash into Kiba's shoulder, sending him into Shikamaru before both were flung into a nearby tree trunk. They were given no room to breath though as the 3 giants came rushing at them again. Shikamaru did his best to lay out a plan while they continued to dodge attacks. We'll have to split up. They shouldn't have such an easy time cornering us if we do. Since she's still playing that flute, we'll have to assume that this jutsu is only active because of the music. If we can split up and take these things out of range of her music, we should be able to at least stop her control on one. So we're going to force her to choose which of us is more important. I don't see why we can't just go after her though. Kiba replied as he dodged a thrust from one of the doki that had a spiked shield on its arm. If you think you can get close enough, be my guest. The Nara's point was quickly proven when Akamaru attempted to jump from Kiba's coat and run between the doki's legs. He didn't even make it a foot before he was forced back to his master by a heavily bandaged doki landing in his path. Despite not having the use of its arms, this doki was incredibly fast. No sooner had it blocked Akamaru than it was on the offensive with its brothers once again. With Akamaru leaping into his arms, Kiba jumped backwards off the branch he was on and stuck to the trunk of a nearby tree. Well, we need to do something or we're toast. These guys don't look like they're going to run out of energy anytime soon. He grit his teeth as the mace-wielding demon plowed right through the tree in an attempt to surprise him. Shikamaru simply nodded in agreement and took off in the opposite direction that Kiba was headed. Keeping an eye on the mace-wielding giant, since it was easier to follow the large form than to follow Kiba, he attempted to circle around to Yuya's side. Clearly she saw him as the bigger threat since 2 of the 3 doki were after him. You certainly like to pick on the lazy ones, don't you? He asked to no one in particular as he dodged another swipe. He could only hope that Kiba would keep circling the redhead since he was having no luck thus far. Kiba on the other hand was having a bit of fun with his opponent. Sure, the thing was fast, but he'd been trained for combat in trees like this in the past, so it took little effort for him to dodge and jump from branch to branch. He was having so much fun with their little game of tag that he almost forgot it was a fight. Almost. Keeping an eye on their real opponent, he noticed that Shikamaru and himself had indeed split up, even if it was a bit unintentional on his part. Well, he should be happy that I'm at least following his plan. He glanced once more at the Oto Nin and watched her eyes travel back and forth between him and his teammate. Now and then she would look at Shikamaru a little longer. Wait, I get it. So that was your plan. Well, here's hoping it works. Kiba sped up his jumps, trying to gain even more distance. Shikamaru spared a glance across the battlefield once more and saw the Inuzuka had increased his speed. Good, he got it finally. Now let's see if he can use the advantage. The 2 doki chasing him jumped at him from both sides in an attempt to pincer him. Realizing he would be trapped if he stayed, Shikamaru released the chakra, holding him onto the tree, and let himself fall to the branch below him before quickly kicking off to avoid the falling debris from the foiled attack. Once again he glanced at the flutist and narrowed his eyes. Quick glimpses were all he could get thus far, and it wasn't enough. Tayuya, on the other hand, was watching both of them like a hawk. They think they can win with such low-level strategies. It's almost insulting. Have to admit though, that lazy one was able to get the rash one to follow him quickly in a tight spot. No doubt their split with the other two was his idea as well. No sense taking any chances though. With a quick glance behind her to get a view of the surroundings, Tayuya leapt across the branches while keeping her targets in sight. You're a few years too early to outsmart me. But just in case. She smirked at the look on the Nara's face. How she loved to ruin people's plans. Shit. Shikamaru could almost feel her smirk from his perch. If this keeps up, she'll just keep jumping around to keep us in sight until we tire out. His eyes widened as he saw black lightning etch across the girl's skin. That's just like, aw man. This is just too troublesome. She was laughing her head off, well inside her mind anyway. The look of realization that crossed the boy's face was almost too much to bear. She had to wonder though how he had known what was happening. Not many people saw a cursed seal appear and lived to tell the tale. It didn't really matter, they would fall either way. Tayuya sped up her music as she pushed her chakra a bit further. In response, the Doki began attacking their opponents more aggressively, slowly forcing them to lose sight of her. Grr. What the hell is up with these things? Kiba was never one to back down from a fight, but this was ridiculous. The monstrosity that he was up against wouldn't let up for an instant, and he was really getting annoyed. Another swing from that huge metal mace made both him and Akamaru split up or risk becoming living baseballs. Kiba grabbed a food pill from his pouch and tossed it to Akamaru, thanking whatever deity was watching that his partner caught it. The last three had been turned into dust by the mace-wielding demon. Okay Akamaru, let's show this freak of nature just what we Inuzuka are made of. Shikyaku no Jutsu. Akamaru leapt over to his master, taking a bit of a scenic route to avoid any large, blunt objects that may come swinging his way, and landed on Kiba's back. Jujin Bunshin. A puff of smoke cleared and showed the now duplicated Kiba snarling at the mountain of flesh in front of them. Gatsuga. The Doki simply stood in place as the twin tornadoes split to either side before turning back around and heading straight for it. For the first time since it was summoned, the demon dropped its club. Instead of falling though, the large object managed to balance precisely on the branch below without so much as a tilt in any direction. The beast itself brought both of its arms up into the path of the incoming attacks and waited. The twin tornadoes hit the outstretched hands with punishing force, and to their credit the Doki's arms actually bent slightly on impact. The Titan let his arms bend even more before thrusting them both straight out again. Kiba and Akamaru were sent back the way they came, but once again made their turns and rushed back towards each other. This time they opted for a dual frontal assault and lined up right next to each other before heading in for the strike. If their target had any feelings about its possible doom, it hid them very well. Picking up the iron mace again, it waited until they were too close to abort their attack. With a step to the side, it simply spun around and swung the huge mace at the back of the double twister, sending the duo on an unintended course across the treetops. Shikamaru was quickly finding his own situation to be rather troublesome as well. Despite his being out of line of sight of their controller, the Doki seemed to have no trouble navigating the confusing array of branches that he was trying to lose them in. If he had to mention one break he'd been given through this ordeal, it would have to be that his opponents were very easy to keep track of. Of course, that only helped him to see where they were coming from. His dodging so far had been more of a matter of luck and instincts than skill, and he was slowly running out of the luck half. Dodging another near miss, Shikamaru held his hand up to check his new wound. Just a light scratch. Good. At least their weapons aren't poisoned. Landing on a new branch, he did the best he could to assess the situation, but without getting the time he needed to plan, he was forced to think on his feet, a situation he was not at all used to. Damn it. Can't I just get one break? The Nara's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of crashing branches, whining and a yell that was getting closer. He looked up just in time to see a shaggy brown coat slam into him, knocking him off his branch and into another tree. They both managed to slap either a foot or a hand onto the underside of the branch they landed on, stopping their momentum with a sudden jerk. Araf. Sorry Akamaru. Just a minute. Damn it Shikamaru, get off me. You couldn't have picked a worse time to jump in Kiba. Shikamaru looked from the Inuzuka he'd just dislodged from to his previous opponents to see that their numbers were now up by 1. And I really could have done without the added challenge. Like I had a choice in the matter. Enough. We'll just have to deal with it. Right now we have other things to worry about. Kiba stopped his griping long enough to take in his surroundings for the first time since his flight through the treetops. Aw shit. HMPF. Shit is right little boy. Now that you are both in my sights again, I'm not going to let you try that little trick again so easily. Indeed, the three Doki were now blocking off all exits save for the way back towards Konoha. Tayuya brought her flute back up and continued her melody. With their joints creaking from the strain of their own weight, the three giants got into a ready stance before pushing off when their master hit a high note in her dirge. Shikamaru's eyebrow cocked up at this moment as he noticed the extreme difference in pitch and the obvious action that followed. Kiba, do you think you can hold them off for a while by yourself? What? Are you insane? Kiba shouted back as the two Konoha ninja leapt away from the ongoing onslaught. There's no way I can do that. Just the Mace Ugly was kicking my ass alone. You can't just run around in a circle for a bit to give me time to think. It's not that tough Kiba, just keep them occupied for a while. I was able to do it with two of them while you were trying to attack yours. I know you're a lot more physically fit than I am, so you should be able to run away without much trouble. You want me, and Inuzuka, to run away from a fight? Kiba's face showed a mixture of confusion and anger as he deciphered his teammate's words. You're joking, right? No Kiba, I want you to keep them occupied without getting yourself hurt. The best way to do that is to run them around and not attack. I'm not a chicken, damn it. I'll kick all three of their asses easily, just you watch. Just as Kiba was about to leap off to what would no doubt be a heroic victory, his arm was grabbed by Shikamaru and he was forcefully pulled back. The action had two effects. First, it saved him from the leg swipe of the bandaged Doki. Second, it turned him straight towards the face of Shikamaru, who happened to look rather angry at the moment. That wasn't a suggestion, Kiba. You are under my command and, while I may not be able to control the safety of the rest, I can make sure that you stay as safe as possible. Now, I order you to dodge those three until I can think of a way to end this. Do it or I swear I'll report you for insubordination. Kiba growled back loudly, but looked a bit surprised when the white lump at his feet growled back at him in response. Akamaru. Kiba knelt down low enough for the dog to hop back inside his jacket before he started barking up at his master. Quote. Fine. We'll do it your way, for now. This isn't over though. Shikamaru simply nodded back as an attack came from behind him. Kiba's eyes widened when the club hit his superior, smashing him into a million pieces of bark. Damn sneaky bastard. Giving me a heart attack before I even start his little operation. Oi, you lazy asshole. You have 10 minutes. After that I attack. Kiba called out as he stated, jumping away. So, they're going to try splitting up again, only this time one managed to slip away. It doesn't matter. I'll just deal with the loudmouth first, but just in case. Playing out another tune, she split the Doki up once more. This time the heavily bandaged one dropped down next to her, standing guard as the other two leapt after their prey. Shikamaru sat on a high branch, overlooking the fight's progress below him. The red-headed Oto Nin was keeping an eye out for him, but most of her concentration was set on trying to pound Kiba into paste. If there was anything that he would give credit to the young Inuzuka for, it was definitely the fact that he kept up on his physical training. Good thing I didn't have to go up against him in a situation like this. I wouldn't be able to stop the momentum of his Gatsuga with my Kajimane before it would reach me. His eyes hardened as he turned his attention back on the problem at hand. Kiba would be alright for now, but if he turned back to attacking like he said he would, the battle would be over in seconds. I only have a few kunai and some of Naruto's seals, plus. The Nara took inventory of his remaining weapons before assuming his planning pose. Digging into his own supplies, Kiba laced an explosive tag around another kunai and tossed it over his shoulder. He was running low on weapons and running out of time. Meanwhile, his pursuers seemed to be having a bit of a difficult time getting near enough to try for a decent attack. The recently thrown kunai took out a branch that the mace-wielding doki was about to land on, causing it to tumble down a bit before it could regain its footing farther towards the ground. The long fall didn't stop it, but it gave Kiba enough time to gain some more distance. He let a small smirk cross his lips as he saw the Oto Kunoichi's forehead wrinkle at the difficult time he was giving her. That'll teach ya to mess with an Inuzuka. Arf. Huh. Kiba let his most intelligent phrase leak out when Akamaru poked his head up. Looking up, he found out just why his partner decided to speak up. He was headed straight for the giant with the spiked arm guard. He gave a startled yelp and ducked on instinct as the weapon tore the hood from his coat, causing the zipper to tear from its stitching from the stress until the material split. Skidding out to the side, he was able to slip under the branch and jump to the trunk of the tree before another swing came at him. You son of a bitch. That was my favorite jacket. Growling, he shrugged off the now useless garment. With Akamaru under his arm for the moment, he ran along the underside of the branch he was just on and leapt away just as the wood exploded into splinters. Looking behind him as he flew through the air, Kiba saw the mace-wielding doki had smashed through the branch from below as his partner stood close by to judge which way he would escape. As it quirked its head in his direction, he swore and got ready to jump once more as soon as he hit something solid. Steeling himself with a yell, he pushed backwards off the next surface and flipped over the rushing pair. A prayer for safety went through his head as he fled back in the direction of their controller, never noticing the incoming attack from behind. Tayuya picked her mouth off her flute and smirked. I'll admit you're somewhat impressive, Konoha Mutt, but skills of that level will only get you so far against someone like me. Nobody who has listened to this next melody has lived to tell the tale. This is the 9th verse. Placing the flute to her lips once more, a new, haunting melody echoed through the treetops. Despite not having all of her doki in her sights anymore, Tayuya knew that this attack didn't require her to see the three for them to function. Shikamaru watched as the bandaged doki stopped and jerked a bit while lifting its head up a higher. With some amount of effort, the mouth of the thing began to force its way open. He didn't have to ponder long as to what was happening as a translucent cloud poured forth from the maw of the giant. What troublesome attack is this now? He watched the cloud in morbid fascination as mouths began to open up across its surface. Once the tendril was a few meters long, it began to move about, almost like it was searching for shit. Shikamaru had just enough time to jump back as the doki hopped forward, bringing the tentacle within striking distance of where he was just crouched at. Even a genius could see that the new appendage was sniffing him out somehow. The tentacle pulled itself back a bit as the doki lurched forward, only to shoot out once more and go right through the limb that Shikamaru was crouched on, forcing him to jump backwards. He threw a couple shuriken at the thing, but they passed right through. Is it just a scare tactic? He wasn't completely sure what to make of this new development, but he didn't want to have to figure it out one way or the other, if he didn't have to. Waiting as the doki jumped a few branches closer, he let loose a kunai that seemed horribly off its target. Tayuya just narrowed her eyes, but she didn't have to wait long as she heard the sizzling from behind her. Immediately she jumped away, playing straight through the explosion that rocked the trees behind her. A small volley of shuriken flew in from the side, but in the blink of an eye her doki was there kicking them away. Another kunai came at her, but it looked rushed as it sped by her. The redhead spared it a brief glance to make sure there were no tags on it before focusing her music once more. Had she seen the other side of the kunai though, she would have noticed the small piece of paper with an odd symbol on it. The kunai clunked into the trunk a short way from the fight before the tag glowed and a small ball dropped from the seal. With a single hand sign, Shikamaru activated the detonating tag on the ball and the forest was filled with a bright light. Perfect. With another set of seals, his shadow was on the move. The light was dimming a bit, but he would get there in time. With seconds to spare, his shadow latched onto another and all movement stopped. Tayuya had to squint her eyes to keep from getting flash blinded by the flash. It didn't help that her minion was standing a little in front of her and the reflection of the flash off its bandages was directed right at her. That little fucking asshole. I can't see a damn thing. As the light dimmed, she opened her eyes again and got ready for her next note when her fingers stopped in mid-placement. The hell? Kajmain success. The Nara answered her unasked question, earning him a glare as she found his position easily. Your summons are a pain, I admit, but without their controller they seem to be pretty docile. Tayuya managed to pry her mouth away from her flute enough to spit back at him. You shithead. Like it matters that I can't move, it doesn't look like you can move much either without your little trick breaking. That's true, but then, I don't have. Ah. Shikamaru shot his head to the source of the yell just in time to see an object smash through the branches directly at his opponent. Right before it hit, he released his jutsu and watched as the missile struck home. Tayuya and her assaulter tumbled over and over along the branch before coming to a stop with a resounding thud against the tree trunk. Then gravity took its toll and the bundle of body parts tumbled down until it hit a branch wide enough to support it. Shikamaru wasted no time in connecting his Kajmain no Jutsu with the Doki before leaping down towards the wreckage. The sight that greeted him was about as comedic as it was cliché. Tayuya lay on the branch, holding her head in pain, while Kiba straddled her waist, one hand on his own head and the other on her. Suddenly realizing there was something soft in his hand, Kiba gave the object an experimental squeeze. Not understanding what could possibly be soft in the branches of a tree, Kiba looked down at the object in his grasp and stopped dead in his tracks. Tayuya groaned as she tried to get her bearings back. She wasn't sure what hit her, but she knew it sure as hell hurt. Squinting her eyes against the pain, she cracked them open to see a blurry object above her. As her vision cleared, the object took shape and she realized it was one of the ninja that she was fighting. Shit. I'm so dead. He looks ready to faint. Why the hell does he look so scared? His arm looks like it's going straight at my. Oh hell no. Forgetting her own pain, Tayuya lifted her knee and had the satisfying view of watching Kiba's face turn from stunned fear to agonizing pain in less than a second. Pervert. With a clenched fist, she sent him flying once more across the branch. Before she could even stand up to get her bearings, a large body landed right next to her. She tried to turn but quickly found herself unable to do so. Damn it. You are so annoying. When I get out of this, I'm going to cut your dick into tiny pieces and feed them to Orochimaru-sama's snakes. As much a joy that would be for me, I don't think you'll be doing anything like that while you're caught. You could have done that before she decked me, you asshole. Kiba grumbled as he picked himself up, cracking his bruised back from where the mace had batted him into Tayuya. He was just lucky that he was already jumping in that direction, or it would have probably broken him in two. Damn it. Akamaru. Kiba shot off back the way he came, looking for his companion. Damn it, Kiba. Get back here. TCH. Troublesome. Tayuya smirked. Not so hot now, huh? Back to one-on-one. You forget I have your big friend here. Shikamaru nodded over at her Doki. Or I can just drop you off the edge. He made his point clear as he moved forward, walking her out the branch where she could easily tell it was getting thinner. The hell do you want, dipshit? And it's still one-on-one. Tai. Drawing her chakra back, the Doki poofed out of existence. Much to her irritation, the lazy bastard only smirked. What the hell's so funny, asshole? You just helped me keep you trapped longer. Binding the thing was such a drag. Shikamaru watched her grit her teeth in aggravation. The only problem was that he didn't have all that much chakra left, and if he dropped her, the shadow would break, allowing her to most likely catch herself on another branch. He had no more weapons, and the few tags he had left only held more flash bombs. Kiba, you couldn't have picked a worse time to run off. Don't think I don't have an ace up my sleeve too, dumbass. Her smirk unsettled him, but what happened next made him pale. A surge of chakra assaulted him as he watched her change. The skullcap shredded to pieces as horns grew from underneath her lengthening hair. The tone of her skin darkened as well, while her eyes shaded to black. No one has heard the melody of my flute and lived, and I plan on keeping it that way. He could feel the pulse of chakra strain against his shadow as she tried to force him off of her. This is bad. If she keeps this up, I'll have no choice but to release her. Kiba. Shikamaru took a glance to where Kiba had disappeared to, but saw no sign of the Inuzuka. He wasn't going to give in without a fight though. Ninpo. Kage Kyubi Shibari no Jutsu. The shadows attached to the redhead slowly began to creep up her body as they formed into clawed hands. Just as they neared her neck, she pushed out more chakra and forced the hands back. Showing her pure strength of will, she brought her flute back to her mouth and began to play once again. Only to force out a yelp of pain and surprise as she felt something attack her ankle. Shikamaru smirked as his shadowy hands redirected to his captive's arms and forced the flute away from her mouth. Now that they had company, he wouldn't need to kill her, yet. It's about time you got back. I was starting to think that you decided to mark every tree in the forest. Arf. Arf. Screw you, Shika. We only marked half of them. Kiba smirked at the growling Kunoichi. Fucking perverted mutt. Wait till I'm loose and I'll give you a close-up of your testicles after I pull them out through your mouth. Tayuya screamed as Shikamaru got a hold on his captive again. Ouch. That's actually kind of disturbing. Kiba shivered at the thought of going through the ordeal as he cautiously moved over to their opponent. I should just tie her up, but I really want to have some fun with her first. I wonder if I could get away with something Naruto-like. Kiba walked over to Tayuya and started to circle her slowly as she glared at him. What the fuck do you want, shrimp dick? I know you're not going to rape me. You Konoha ninja are too soft for something that drastic. Despite her smirk and her own words, Tayuya was a bit unsettled by his gaze. He seemed more predatory than before. Oh, your little description just gave me some ideas. I mean, if you can actually do that with my testicles, then I should be able to do the same with your ovaries, right? He gave his own smirk as he watched her pale a little. Oi, just tie her up and let's get this over with. We have more important things to worry about than scaring her. She'll be more useful in interrogation. Shikamaru grumbled. True. I just wanted to get a good look at her body before they ruin it. Such a waste. Kiba gave a mock sigh as he shuffled through his pouch for some wire. While Kiba was tying her up, Shikamaru quirked an eyebrow at the fact that the girl was blushing. He couldn't really see it well until a chakra suppression seal was on her, but after that it was rather obvious. Thoughts of her conversation with the other Oto nin flashed back through his head. You don't actually like Orochimaru, or Oto, do you? She shot her head towards him. What the hell do you think, sloth boy? How would you like to be unwillingly subservient to a power freak that is obsessed with immortality and has no qualms with throwing others' lives away to further his goals? Maybe you'd like him to give you a hickey that screws with your chakra and gives him the ability to control you completely. Oh, I just love being a puppet for someone else. Greatest thing in my life, really. By this point the seals had drained almost all of her chakra that wasn't necessary for her life-supporting organs to function, thus her cursed seal completely sank back into itself and her features returned to normal. Still, her glare could melt mountains and it didn't ease the feeling of danger that either boy was getting from her. Just like Kin then, from what Naruto's told me. Too bad you don't have the same leverage as she did. Kiba, take her back to Konoha. I'm going to continue on with the mission. First, give me some of your gear though. I'm almost out and you shouldn't need it to get back. Kiba just grunted, not willing to argue at this point. He pulled some of his weapons out along with a few explosive tags and handed them off to the Nara before picking up his new charge in a fireman's carry. Hey, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Put me down. I can walk just fine. Shut the hell up, woman. I'm planning on getting back fast and this will be the easiest way, so stop yelling in my ear or I'll just knock you out. Oi, Akamaru, let's go. Said dog gave a bark as he jumped up on the makeshift perch of Tayuya's side. Get this fleabag off me before I make it into a new hat. This is prisoner abuse, right? You Konoha softies follow that shit, don't you? Kiba shot a pleading look at Shikamaru, but the shadow user was just standing there smirking. Oh come on. You can't expect me to deal with. Clang. Both boys were surprised when a large metal object slammed into the redhead's skull, effectively silencing her. Troublesome. There you go. Happy now. Stop bitching and get going. Slow-mo and I are needed elsewhere. Tamari said as she strapped her fan to her back. You're one of those Suna Genin. What the hell are you doing here? Aren't you with them? Kiba jostled Tayuya a bit to indicate who he was talking about as he slipped a foot back, preparing to lash out if he needed to. Shikamaru sighed. Apparently Suna is trying to make amends and they sent a team to help us out a bit, right? More or less, brains. Now I suggest we get moving unless you want the rest of your team to risk death alone while we're here talking. That little tap on the she-devil didn't do nearly enough to satisfy me. Sure, you two go ahead and find a nice place to get busy while I become the beast of burden and trudge back home. Kiba shivered slightly as Tamari glared at him. Fine, fine. I get it. I'm gone. He leapt off into the trees, leaving the two pony-tailed ninja behind him. At least he got away from that glare. Women were scary. Now that he's gone, let's move. Tamari ordered. Are you even a chunin? And why are you ordering me around anyway? Shikamaru asked, a little annoyed at her tone. Tamari turned her glare to him and he looked away sighing. Women are troublesome. She's scarier than mom. He kept his opinions to himself as they leapt off in pursuit of the remainder of the Konoha team and the last Odo nin. Naruto and Tenten sped through the treetops after their query. They were able to pick up the trail shortly after leaving Shikamaru and Kiba with the Odo Kunoichi. The foul chakra leaking from the coffin left a sense of unease in the air that was easy for Naruto's heightened senses to follow. At the beginning it was almost strong enough for Tenten to track as well, but that eventually tapered off, signaling to the duo that their query was pulling away. They sped up after that revelation, but now the trail was slowly dying out and it was obvious that Tenten was already pushing herself harder than she was used to. Considering her sensei, that was saying quite a bit. Are we getting any closer, Naruto? Tenten broke the chunin out of his thoughts. Naruto looked over at her, considering her slightly sweat-dampened form before turning his eyes forward again. He never said a word as he tested the trail again. Naru. They're getting away. Tenten. I can catch them, but I'll be leaving you behind. I'll at least try to stall them until you can catch up. I'll leave a trail for you to follow, just don't be afraid. Tenten was about to ask what he meant, but when she looked towards him she had to fight to keep her footing. She watched as his whiskers became more pronounced and his face took on more of a grimace. His fingernails grew and thickened into a more claw-like appearance, and from the flopping motions of his foot she figured that his feet were going through a bit of a transformation as well. It wasn't until he looked her way though that she let a gasp slip out of her mouth. His eyes were bloodshot and the blue seemed a bit darker than before. She flinched at the saddened look that crossed his face, but before she could say anything either way, he was gone from sight. She turned front again to see him bounding into the distance and already nearly out of sight. So fast. He didn't even need to tell her what the trail to follow would look like. Already she could easily see the numerous claw marks that marred the trees that he passed by. He could have just carried me instead. Oh well. Pouting slightly, Tenten slowed herself to a more steady pace. It would do no good to be completely tired out when she caught up. Naruto, on the other hand, was adjusting his sense of smell in order to locate the direction of the foul chakra. It took only seconds to find the trail and already he could sense it getting stronger. He wasn't liking his options as it was, and now he would be up against an opponent that he knew nothing about other than his name, and that the group that broke the Uchiha out of prison saw him as someone stronger than themselves. Assuming the girl's reaction was to be believed. On the positive end of things, he could tell he was catching up to the albino quickly now. He would be on his target in seconds, with Tenten probably coming through a few minutes into the near future. Crashing through a final line of trees, Naruto found himself in a large clearing. It didn't take him long to find his query. The man was standing with an arrogance he would liken to the eldest of the Hyuga members. You must be Kimimaro. And you are a persistent and rather annoying pest. The Odo nin replied. Naruto just gave a nonchalant shrug. I've been called worse. So. How do you want to do this? I doubt you'll just hand the bastard over. Instead of an answer, Kimimaro shucked the shoulder of his shirt away. His skin started to bulge and split while he moved a hand up to catch the bone that was poking through. Slowly the bone pushed out from under the skin until he was able to grip it properly, at which point he quickly pulled it out the entire way. Instead of producing a typical bone, he was now holding what resembled a bleached katana. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at the unconventional weapon as well as its means of production. Letting the QB influence go for the moment, he decided that a bit of testing was in order. A brace of shuriken was sent out at his opponent, who easily blocked them all with his sword. The man held his weapon in a ready position, showing that not a single scratch marred the blade. With my chakra, I make my bones as strong as steel. Your weapons will do you no good against me. Impressive. Anything else you want to tell me about your abilities before we get serious? Kimimaro didn't even flinch. Either way, it would not matter. You will be dead soon, so I will not waste my breath. The vessel is already overdue, and Orochimaru-sama is not one to be kept waiting. You all keep talking about him as a vessel. What do you mean by that? Naruto drew the black blade of Kafu as he spoke. One way or another he was going to be trading blows with this albino, and he preferred to have something between him and any pointy objects. That is something that a worthless being like yourself need not know. Just know that your friend will be useful in the completion of Orochimaru-sama's goals. Now do us both a favor and run away. I would rather not waste my time playing with you. Kimimaro's uncaring eyes bored into Naruto's own cerulean orbs, portraying his thoughts on just how low he believed the blonde was beneath him. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. Just for the record though, your little package there is no friend of mine. Bringing an end to their conversation, Naruto created a small set of clones. Considering how afraid of this guy the redhead seemed, he wasn't about to take any chances. Finding out just what the guy was capable was top priority right now. Without any signal needed from their creator, the clones ran into battle, katana held ready to strike. They easily surrounded the older teen, not a huge feat considering he made no move to allow otherwise. The clones attacked him in pairs to test his skills and reaction time. The albino boy swerved around and parried or blocked every strike that came his way. After all the clones had passed and turned to try once more, he jumped up, intercepting a couple of airborne clones as others rushed in to confront him. It happened in the blink of an eye. 1 second there was an overwhelming number of openings for the clones to strike at, in the next there were sharp bones sticking through each one. Despite the brutal slaughter, both combatants stayed stone-faced. Yanagi no Mai, Kimimaro calmly stated as he landed on solid ground again, allowing the bones protruding from his joints to settle back into place. Off to the side, the coffin holding Sasuke began to smolder a bit. Both sides noticed but neither said anything or made a move towards the object. So you are a swordsman that can make his own weapons. I admit myself impressed, but I'm still not going anywhere. I have a mission and I intend to complete it. Creating more clones, Naruto himself joined the assault. Tsubaki no Mai. Kimimaro shifted his bone sword and rushed into the charge. With the memories of the blocks from the previous set of clones, the new group proved slightly more difficult. Even so, it was only a matter of minutes before the new set were destroyed and the Oto Nin found himself crossing blades with the real Naruto. You seem to be slightly more skilled than your copies. He dully noted. If he were honest with himself though, he would admit to being slightly impressed that the boy was holding up so well against him. Of course he wasn't going all out either. It was unnecessary for such a fight. I'm not sure that I should take that as a compliment considering how little difficulty you had with them. I'm not the best swordsman, that's true enough, but don't count me out just yet. Naruto jumped back to gain some distance and took a new stance. This was one of my Ka-sans and not really meant for such a long blade, but let's see how it works since this blade seems to at least nick yours. Kimimaro didn't want to take the bait, but his curiosity got the better of him due to the confidence Naruto seemed to have now. Looking at his bone sword, his eyes narrowed at the small, but noticeable, dents and scratches on the edges and surface where he had blocked and been blocked. Quickly analyzing his opponent, he judged himself as having just enough time to make another sword. Having two would not be a hindrance in this situation. Kyokusui no Yoshiki. Naruto swayed a bit to the side as he began his approach. One moment he was walking, the next he was headed forward at a quickened jog, only to slow to a crawl a moment later. He could see the older boy's confusion start to set in, but he also saw him steel his resolve when he got within striking range. Naruto locked eyes with his opponent and began his assault. Much to Kimimaro's consternation, the blonde didn't come in with an explosion of attacks. Instead, the strikes were much like his approach. Random, unpredictable and somewhat annoying. It didn't help that he felt compelled to keep their eyes locked. Even with his two blades he was getting pressed. It wasn't that the boy was more skilled than himself, he just couldn't seem to get the rhythm of his style. When fighting another swordsman, Kimimaro always found it easier to handle them if he got them into a rhythm, a common mistake for an armature fighter. He could then break them easily and slip inside the holes he would make for himself. It was his main strategy for this type of fight, but for some reason he couldn't seem to force the blonde to settle into anything that even remotely followed a set rhythm. Narrowing his eyes in frustration as the attacks began to wear his own weapons down, the Oto Nin jumped back to disengage, only to have to jump even more as Naruto started weaving towards him again. After a few more attempts to get close, the two were forced to cease their attacks as a small explosion of wood and smoke blew through the clearing. They both looked at the source to see a freakish sight. It confused Naruto a bit as he was, at first, unsure of who he was looking at. Once the smoke cleared off though it was obvious who the being was, despite the grotesque changes. Sasuke. Naruto stared at him in a slight rage. Where the hell do you think you're going? Despite Naruto's shouts, Sasuke simply started laughing. He inspected his own hands as though he were seeing them for the first time. Dark-toned skin and claw-like nails met his gaze as he flexed his hands. Turning towards the two combatants he gave a sneer as he saw who was chasing after him. Dobi. He turned to fully face the pair and ready himself for a fight, but a body showed up between him and the blonde. Uchiha-sama, you need to get to Oto now. Orochimaru-sama does not like to be kept waiting and he has already been waiting far too long for your arrival. Your survival at the moment is top priority. Kimimaro saw the boy about to protest so he did his best to steer him in the desired direction. If you don't go soon you won't be able to begin your training as quickly. Orochimaru-sama may even see fit to punish your tardiness by making you wait longer. The teen smirked inwardly at the Uchiha's sneer as said boy ran off and disappeared into the brush at the side of the clearing. The albino was forced out of his musings as a black blade came towards his head. He easily ducked and rolled since he never actually took his full attention away from his opponent, but did not get away without the loss of a few strands of hair. He calmly swept the strands out of the air as they fell, inspecting them with mild interest. You continue to impress. It has been a long time since anyone has damaged me even this much. Yeah well, get ready for more because you're going to have a whole collection of damage when we're done with you. Naruto smirked as he readied himself. Kimimaro on the other hand noticed the little slip up and was able to flip out of the way of the collection of projectiles that now stuck out of the ground where he had once been. Such an attack is useless without the element of surprise. The sheer number of weapons might as well be a raging river against me for the amount of sound they produce. Landing next to the blonde, Tenten cursed at their opponent's quick brush off of her attack. Naruto took a quick glance over at her and was glad to see she hadn't pushed herself. Careful Tenten, he uses his bones as weapons. I don't know what all he can do with them, but so far he's brought spikes out of his joints and created a pair of swords with them. He saw her nod in acknowledgement. Anything else I should know? If he's creating swords I'm guessing he uses kenjutsu. The bones are infused with his chakra. They're hard as steel according to him and were able to block shuriken without a scratch. My sword was able to make some dents, but that's as far as we've gotten. Tenten, he's good. He had to admit that much. Though the man had yet to touch him, he did take out many of his clones. All Naruto managed was dislodging a few bits of hair. Well then, if that's all it shouldn't be too much a problem. Tenten perked up a bit despite the bad vibe she was getting from the albino. I'm the weapon mistress of Konoha after all. A little sword dance shouldn't be too difficult. Naruto wanted to berate her for her aloofness, he really did, but right now was not the time as Kimimaro decided then would be a good time to charge in. Weapon specialist or not, a child like you has no hope of defeating a true extension of Orochimaru-sama's will. His double blade swung over his head only to come swiping down quickly between the two, turning to the sides as soon as they got in striking distance. The Konoha ninja were forced to separate, or find themselves a head shorter. Now, normally a single opponent facing multiple enemies would want to keep both well in sight. It is extremely difficult to fight on two fronts with swords, whereas fighting on one front enables one to use one's weapons to full effect with the added benefit of limiting the enemy's movements on account of their proximity to each other. In Kimimaro's case though he could see that the blonde had another sword and he really didn't want to risk it getting into the hands of his teammate. For now, The safer option was to keep them as far away from each other as possible. Even with the two separated though, he still had to take care of the duo, and quick, he wouldn't be able to keep up with them long in his condition. They weren't about to give him the chance to plan though, as they both sped in to engage him directly. Tenten quickly unsealed a pair of kama as she rushed in from his left. Naruto meanwhile readied his blade and came in from his right. Once again the Odo Nin hopped back just enough so that they were no longer just in his extreme peripheral vision. Now with both in sight he was able to block their initial attacks, though he was forced to shift aside when Tenten brought her second kama around in an attempt to take out his knee. You indeed show some skill, girl, but it is futile against me. Bones once again crept out of the joints on his elbows and knees. Grimacing at the new threat, Tenten stowed her kama and released a ninja into her hands. There was nothing that made it stand out more than any other standard-issue military weapon, but it had never failed her before when she was in need of quick blade work. Lowering herself into a stance, she nodded to Naruto and hoped for the best. You traded 2 weapons for 1 while mine have multiplied. You are more foolish than I gave you credit for. Now come. I don't have all day. Kimimaro threw his arms out so that each was facing a different opponent. Naruto glared at the Odo Nin. Sometimes it's not the number of weapons, but the person who wields them. Tenten finished. It was a lesson that he had run into her one of the times that they were training together. It had hit hard when he was able to deflect the majority of her onslaught during their spar, and he drove the point home when he recounted her match against Temari. Sure, the Suna girl had used ninjutsu, but Tenten was still unable to hit her with any long-range attacks. Thus she began working on mastering some of her close-range weapons along with her speed as per his advice. Now, if she could have that match again, she would have run in for a close-range fight after the first attack failed instead of simply using more weapons. Naruto's eyes shifted over to where Sasuke had entered the forest on the opposite side of the clearing. He was their main objective, and as the one in charge now, he had to make a call. Their target was getting farther away with the more time they were held in this stalemate. As much as Tenten had improved though, he knew she would be no match for Sasuke and his Sharingan. On the other hand, this opponent was over her level as well. His debate was answered the moment Tenten had changed weapons and given him a nod. Tenten got very good with her ninjutsu, but only in one area. While she still had a long way to go as a swordswoman, something he would not be able to help her with much longer, she could defend against nearly anything he and his clones could throw at her. She was probably the only one out of their entire group that could hold this bone freak off, solo, until she got backup. Assuming backup would come, of course. His return nod let her know that he understood her plan and would allow it, but the concern in his eyes let her know he wanted her to be careful. Silent conversation over, the 2 Konoha ninjas shifted their positions slightly, causing Kimimaro to ready himself for the impending attack. He watched as they ran at him, the girl in front as they wove back and forth slightly. His arm shot out in an attempt to stab the female, only for her to parry it to the side and step a little closer. She was now within reach to strike him, but oddly she just stuck to him at that distance no matter which way he moved, and the strikes he threw at her were all being blocked no matter their timing. Knee bones were tapped the minimum amount to make them miss. Elbows were shifted to the opposite sides, giving her his back, but still she didn't strike. Kimimaro became so engrossed in trying to strike the bun-haired girl that he almost missed the blonde as the teen ran around the dancing duo. He tried to intercept, but the infuriating brunette got in his way. His eyes narrowed at her as he swiped at her with his blade again. His goal this time though wasn't to hit her, so as she dodged, his arm stilled, pointing straight at Naruto. Naruto! He heard Tenten's scream of warning and dodged to the right. As soon as he did, the sound of 4 impacts met his ears and pain came from his left shoulder before he disappeared into the brush. Leaping to a branch nearby, he looked for any pursuit, but found none as Tenten was once again engaged with the Odo Nin. He checked the damage quickly to see that there was a small piece of bone sticking out of his shoulder near the joint. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the bone and pulled. He looked at it with a little surprise as he'd expected it to be longer. Instead he saw that it was a rather blunt finger bone and dropped it in mild disgust. Looking at the fight once more, he could see that, while Tenten was faring well, she wasn't making any headway. He sighed a bit. She would do better once her battle haze lifted a bit and she realized he left a gift strapped to her back. Turning from the fight, Naruto sped away with a silent prayer for all his friends to be alright. He had his own battle to fight if he wanted this mission to be successful, and he wasn't about to let that bastard get away after all the aggravation he caused everyone in Konoha. Well, everyone that didn't worship the ground he walked on anyway. Tenten, on the other hand, had seen the small spray of blood from Naruto's shoulder and had instantly moved between her opponent and his target to block any further attempts on his life. It would seem that your boyfriend left you here to die alone. No matter. Once I finish you off, he will be of no challenge to catch and defeat. Kimimaro, truthfully, was a little worried that the boy may catch up to Sasuke. He couldn't allow them to injure Orochimaru's future vessel, thus he would be forced to speed up his own fate in order to make certain that his master's prize was won. First, he's not my boyfriend. Well, at least not at the moment. I'll admit he would make a good candidate, but we've both got too much on our plates already for me to think about such a thing. Second, I don't plan on dying, so he left me here in full confidence that I can hold you off until he's finished with that bastard or backup arrives. And last, even if you manage to beat me, Naruto-kun would wipe the floor with you. It doesn't matter how strong you are, he wouldn't give up until you were a pile of bone meal. While she would admit she liked Naruto, she knew that his life was crowded enough with the 4 girls that were currently with him. Even if Ino was seeming to be on the edge right now, she still couldn't justify sharing herself with 3 other girls. It was unfortunate that her ideals wouldn't allow her to join them, but there were other guys around that were at least trainable to be to her liking. It matters not. He will meet his fate just as Orochimaru-sama planned. He cannot defeat the power of the Sharingan when it is coupled with Orochimaru-sama's cursed seal. By the end of the day you will both be together again in death. The albino teen readied himself to fight once more, confident in his master's seal to overpower anything in its way. Yeah, he also wasn't supposed to be able to beat my teammate at the Chunin exams, or send a released Biju packing or ruin your master's plans for invading Konoha. Face it, your views on fate are just as bad as my teammates, though you may be a bit more delusional. You probably get that from your master though. The only effect her words had on the boy in front of her was a tightening of his knuckles just before he sprang at her. The door to the hospital opened to give Tsunade entrance to one of their more serious cases as of late. Rock Lee, so you're the one I've been hearing so much about. Lee looked at the Hokage with unbridled hope shining in his eyes. Hokage-sama, I was not told that you would be the one doing my checkup today. And every bit as energetic as I've heard too. Tsunade thought a bit ruefully. Don't get too excited. I just happen to be taking a break from paperwork for the time being, and with most of the ninja currently out on missions, and the recent escaped prisoner, I don't really have many people to order around at the moment. I see you have quite a few fractures in your arm and leg. I'm just going to go over them and see how they're healing. Quite frankly, the expectant look in the young man's eyes unnerved her a great deal. It was as though he knew without a doubt that she could heal him. Times like this often made her wish that she wasn't such a well-known medic. To see them light up when they saw her only for her to crush their hopes, it wasn't her favorite feeling. Her hands glowed as she checked his bones, finding that they were setting but far from properly. With time and operations he might be able to function mostly the same as he had before, but such things cost time and money. Things that an orphan like him simply didn't have. She sighed as she prepared to give him the news. Lee-san, your injuries are just as bad as they described, in some areas they are worse. With this amount of damage there is almost no chance that you will be able to function as a normal ninja again. I'm sorry. Lee's head lowered at the news before determined I looked back at her. You said almost, Hokage-sama. If there is even a remote chance, then I will defeat the odds against me and become the ninja I promised myself I would be. I will not let my youthful flames dim in the face of this obstacle. I now know there are those that have faced worse than I have and have come out stronger because of it. I shall follow Naruto-san's example and allow my youthful flames to shine brightly in spite of what may come. I will never give up. The two had to look over at the door as a third party made his presence known. Lee. Guy-sensei. Not while I'm here. Tsunade immediately got between the two and forced them to remain apart. Listen, I'm glad you're so passionate about getting healed and all, but the truth of the matter is that it will take a long time and quite a bit of money in order to get you back into working condition. That is also only if the operations are a success. I will never give up, was Lee's simple reply. The recovery time alone will set you back behind your peers by months. You will be one of the weakest of your age group. Tsunade countered. I will never give up, Lee stated a bit more forcefully. Then there is the possibility of death on the operating table. A sliver of bone could slip into your bloodstream and cause a clot that could in turn cause heart failure. You could die. I will never give up, Lee shouted this time. Tsunade glared at him a bit. Didn't this idiot realize that his life could be ruined more than it already is, that is, if he even survived? Even if your resolve is so stalwart, there is still the matter of cost. I will cover any medical expenses. The Godime's glare shifted to the boy's sensei. Guy, as nice as that is, this isn't a simple resetting of bones. There will be surgery costs, rehabilitation, medicine, room fees. It will not be a cheap stay. With all due respect, Hokage-sama. When I took the position of sensei of my team, I made a promise that I would do everything in my power to help them reach their dreams. Even if it means that I must take mission after mission in order to keep my team on the paths to their dreams, then I will happily sleep in a tent year-round in order to see their futures shine. That is what I believe as a sensei. Guy stood resolute in the face of the woman's narrowed eyes. You realize that you may be sentencing your pupil to death, Guy. Tsunade tried to guilt the man into relenting. Then it will be a death striving towards his goal. A death worth having. Guy countered in a lowered, almost threatening, voice, daring her to try and move his beliefs. The two adults stared at each other for a while, each studying the other's resolve. Finally Tsunade relented with a sigh. If that is how you feel, Guy, then I won't try to dissuade you anymore. I just hope you both know what you're getting yourselves into. Guy's expression turned serious as he nodded at her acceptance. Godime-sama, I will never abandon one of my precious students as long as there is some hope left. He soon did a complete turn around though as tears began to leak out of Lee's eyes. Besides, Lee still has an eternal rival to prove himself to. Teeth shines and a thumb rose into the air as the Jonin smiled at his student. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Slam. Tsunade beat a hasty retreat as the pair went into their bonding session. I came here to get away from my work for a bit and now I've just created more for myself. Before she could have any more additions to her workload, she made her way quickly back to her office. She would have Shizune look a bit more in depth into Lee's case and bring her materials on the subject, just to make sure they covered every avenue. Since she was now roped into such a large operation, she would have to make sure that she did everything she could to, at least, keep the boy alive. She wasn't going to let others bear her pain if possible. Tenten was breathing heavily already and now sported a few cuts across her body. As proficient as she was with her ninjata, her opponent simply had a larger arsenal and more skill. She ended up doing more dodging than blocking as he would constantly attack with one of his swords and a leg at the same time, or any other combination of multiple pointy objects aimed at her. Things had gotten a little easier once she realized that Naruto had strapped his blade on her back as he left. She would have to be giddy about using such an exquisite weapon later though, as right now she was too busy trying to stay alive. Her blocking proficiency went down a bit with the longer blade, but now she had more reach and the chances of her weapon breaking on Kimamaro's bone was infinitely lessened. On Kimamaro's part, he was getting rather annoyed with his lack of success in finishing this fight. So far she had been able to block almost all of his attacks, and while she did look winded, he too was running out of time. If what she'd said about the blonde was true, then he may need whatever time he had left to assist Sasuke in his escape. You have done well today, however it is obvious that you are on your last breaths. Stand aside now and I promise your end will be swift. You know you would do great as a motivational speaker. Ever think of changing professions? Tenten was glad for the talking as it allowed her a slight reprieve. Every second she kept him at bay was one more second for backup to arrive. She already knew that would be one of only two outcomes for this fight. The older teen was just too good, and with his bloodline the scales only tipped further in his favor. You're only delaying the inevitable. It matters not. Like so many stray branches, I will simply push you out of my way. You've done a fine job of that so far, seeing as you're already helping your master's new groupie. Now how about you shut your mouth and let's have some more fun. The Konoha kunoichi's grip tightened on the black blade as she attempted something that she'd only heard about previously. Channeling chakra into the weapon in her hands, she was caught off guard by the amount it seemed to suck up as she quickly stopped channeling. I should have guessed a chakra factory like Naruto would have no issues with something like this, while us normal people would get sucked dry. I wonder how long Kafu was able to use this thing before it drained him dry. Her ace in the hole seemingly gone, Tenten charged in recklessly in order to hide her growing weariness. Try as she might though, Kimimaro was too well practiced at swordplay for her to land a blow. He easily had the upper hand, at least he did until she noticed something peculiar happening with her sword. The edge of her blade had a slight glow to it despite her stopping her chakra flow to it. She couldn't feel any pull on her reserves, but she did notice that the glow was growing brighter, if only slightly. As the glow seemed to peak, her Oto opponent shifted his stance. That I would have to use such an attack on such a low-ranking kunoichi. It would seem that my inability of being Orochimaru-sama's vessel may have been my destiny from the beginning if I have only come this far. Regardless, I must have faith in Orochimaru-sama that he has chosen a strong vessel, and I will use what strength is left in me to keep any more of your kind from attempting to ruin his plans. Yanagi no Mai. Once again the albino teen used his first dance in order to strike quickly at his opponent. Tenten, upon hearing the name of the dance, quickly brought her ninja to back out. Using the longer blade to block attacks from one side, she made use of her ninja to keep the rest of her body covered as best as she could. Unfortunately, her best was slightly lacking as more cuts appeared on her clothes and skin, one coming so close to decapitating her that it ended up cutting the tie on one of her buns, allowing for the hair to fall freely down her back. She was surviving on instinct now. There wasn't time for rational thinking anymore as the strikes came faster and faster. One thrust from Kimimaro was able to get through her guard and shot straight at her head. Tenten's eyes could only watch as the object of her demise seemed to magnify itself during its approach. Then all she saw was Tan. Tan, funny, she'd heard you saw a white tunnel, or nothing but black when you died. Grainy tan was definitely not something she had expected. Are you alright, Harusada-san? An emotionless voice behind her. It was much like she'd expected a messenger of death to sound, but this one held a hint of familiarity. Turning her head in a daze, she chanced a glance at her celestial guide only to look into a pair of green eyes. She took in the rest of the form and her confusion was apparent until a spark of recognition lit in her own eyes. She quickly looked at where her assaulter should have been, only to see a wall of sand blocking her view. Gaara. She sighed with some relief. If he protected her, then he obviously wasn't here to kill her. That meant only one thing: her backup had arrived. I am sure you are relieved, however we must end this fight if we are to assist Uzumaki anytime soon. Gaara got a swift nod in response as the girl took up a ready stance with her weapons, waiting for the barrier to fall and the fight to resume anew. Without so much as a blink from its controller, the sand wall shot out towards where the Oto Nin had been previously standing. It split into tendrils as it got closer to its target, allowing for Tenten to shoot out after it and sway between the dancing grains. In an instant both kunoichi and sand made it to their goal only to find that their target was no longer there. Tenten looked around frantically for their enemy, keeping her guard up to cover as much of herself as possible. Where did he go? Teshi Senden. Piff 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 piff. Tenten turned her head towards the soft sound of cushioned impacts in time to see 4 small white objects fall from the other side of the sand tendril that met her gaze. Snatching one out of the air, she found it to be a small bone about the size of her fingertip. You can shoot your fingers too. That's just not fair, she whined. Thanks for the save, Gaara-san. I still owe Konoha a large debt. I will not allow you to be harmed as long as I am able. The stoic boy replied as his sand moved to give the girl a better view of their opponent. With his position discovered, Kimimaro made no move to hide himself again. You are both very persistent, however it is pointless as neither of you, even combined, are a match for the greatness of Lord Orochimaru. He watched in satisfaction as the younger teen's eyes narrowed. Black marks spread out from the cursed mark on his chest. A vine with thorns seemed to etch itself across his flesh as the seal went into a partial release of its first stages. Nothing you can do could possibly match the perfection of Orochimaru-sama's Juin Jutsu. Tenten once more rushed in with her guardian sand at her side. Her blade swung out in a wide, but powerful arc as she attempted to bisect the older male. Much to her surprise and dismay, the blade was caught in a new set of spiny protrusions sticking out from pasty white skin. Before any retaliation from the Oto Nin could connect though, she was pulled away with a surprised yelp by a tendril of sand around her waist, compliments of Gaara. Kimimaro wasn't done though as he rushed the allied teens, only to be stopped as sand encased his ankles. Suna Funsha. The Oto Nin had just enough time to put his arms up to guard his face from the sand blast that came his way. A cloud of dust and blood obscured the vision of all on the field as the attack poured on for a few more seconds before Gaara stopped the flow of sand and readied himself for the next assault. Think you got him? Tenten sounded hopeful as she didn't like her inability to lay so much as a scratch on their target. It would be best not to underestimate an opponent such as him. I have learned not to assume an enemy is done until they are no longer breathing. Naruto-san proved that to me. Gaara kept his gaze impassive as he waited for the debris cloud to clear off enough to see. They didn't have to wait long to see a shadow standing in the clearing dust. Kimimaro was glaring at the two in front of him. No one had done this much damage to him since Orochimaru-sama's testing of his abilities. His skin was now covered in thick, forking lines where it was still whole. Where it wasn't there were bony plates now showing through the gaps, silently explaining how he had survived the onslaught of sand. You have done well to do this much to me, however I will not be caught again. Tenten moved to strike once more, but got no closer than halfway to the albino before he disappeared and she found a fist in her stomach for her efforts. As a consolation prize, Kimimaro's foot sent her careening back towards Gaara. She was saved from a harsher impact with the ground by a cushion of sand, but even with the added padding she could feel the soreness on her ribs from where she had landed on them as well as where the Oto Nin kicked her. That's definitely going to leave a mark. Tenten managed to wheeze out. Gaara however was no longer paying attention to her after saving her once again. His arms were raised as a defensive perimeter of sand flared up around them. The wave of sand shot higher and wider as his arms raised towards the sky, almost having his concentration break when something hit him in the head. Don't you dare turn our forest into a desert. Despite you helping us out, I doubt Hokage-sama would take too kindly to you trying to claim some of our territory for your dessert. She's already a bit angry about the area that you went demon on us. The bun-haired girl scowled as he made no motion that he heard her, but the sand at the edges of the wave began to curl inward. Slightly irked at the kunoichi, Gaara tried his best to modify his attack midway through. It wasn't going to have much an affect towards the final result, but it may keep the devastation a little more localized. With a grunt he threw his arms down. Ryusa Bakuryu. The sand, already casting the field in shade, began to collapse in a wave of punishment towards the Oto Nin. Kimimaro merely scowled at the new challenge and began to dodge the wave, but his eyes opened wider as tendrils burst from the crest and aimed to drag him under. He may have been able to outrun them while dodging had they been going in a straight line, or hop in one of the massive trees nearby to get above the cursed wave, but the slight curl at the edges proved to be just what the attack needed to smother such ambitions. In seconds Kimimaro was no longer only dodging the forward-running tendrils, but also those attacking from the sides. It proved to be too much as they drug him under before he even made it to the tree line. All traces of him being near were wiped away in the following flood of man-made desert. Gaara and Tenten watched as the sand overtook their opponent, the former looking a little pleased at the modified attack's result. When the flow finally stopped, Gaara looked at the brunette with his head cocked towards the sand, as if asking her if that was good enough for her. His response was seeing her wide eyes narrowing before she snorted and turned her head away. Not really caring either way, Gaara simply placed his hands on the sand for the next portion of his attack. Sabaku Taiso. A series of waves flowed along the top of the sand, doing no justice to the devastation the attack was causing below the surface. Another snort came from the side as Tenten looked at the new sandbox of her country. You sure know how to go overkill, don't you? Gaara was silent for a moment, keeping his hands on the ground. After a moment of silence, his eyes narrowed. He attempted to push his chakra out and crush their enemy again, but an explosion in the sea of sand in front of the pair proved its lack of effect. Both ninja watched as the cloud of dust started to settle from the blast, outlining a monstrous silhouette. A beast, as that is the only thing that could describe what stood in front of them, heaved some heavy breaths as it glared back at the two. Bone spikes came from its back and its skin was darker with more of a gray tint than anything that could be considered human. As though those features weren't enough to distinguish it from humanity, a tail swung into view behind the creature. Despite all that, they could still tell by the face and the clothing that was left that their fight with Orochimaru's fanatic follower was still going. With that revelation, Tenten readied her Naruto's sword as Gaara began shooting tendrils of sand at the mutated being running towards them. Kimimaro was significantly faster in this new form but still managed to get caught in the sand once. Not that it mattered. The sand was easily broken through before he continued on to his targets. Due to the number of times Gaara tried to catch him, Kimimaro was able to start reading the Sunanin's hand movements and react before the sand even got close. A wall of sand shot up in a last-ditch effort to stop the bone juggernaut, but it proved to be ineffective as the sand exploded towards Gaara and he received a hard shoulder tackle, sending him flying back. Seeing her backup being so easily handled shook Tenten out of her spectator's daze and she threw herself into the fight once more. The monstrosity may be fast, but her teammates were faster and she could see the attacks coming. Even so, she found the same problem that Sasuke discovered against Lee back at the academy prior to the Chunin exams. She could see the attacks, but she wasn't fast enough to completely stop them. A swing of a tail towards her and it was all she could do to get her blade up in defense as the power behind the attack flung her away. A cushion of sand appeared beneath her, ready to ease her landing, but due to the weapon taking most of the blow she was well enough to flip herself and land on her own 2 feet. Even so, fending off the attack was sending shock waves through her arms. With both of his opponents still in fighting condition, Kimimaro kept his eyes focused. His chest was flaring with pain and he was already feeling the strain of his cursed seal and his sickness, but he would do Orochimaru-sama's will no matter the cost to himself. He would not fail his mission. Both his opponents were still mobile and looked to be ready for anything he would throw at them. It was just too bad they never met something like him before. Reaching back, Kimimaro grabbed his spine and pulled. To the astonishment and disgust of the two teens, his entire spine was wrenched from his body. The albino twisted the new, flexible weapon behind him while looking at his target. Tesenka no Mai. With a quick thrust forward, the whip-like bones were flung at the redhead too fast for him to dodge. He didn't have to worry though as his sand came to his defense and sheltered his sides from the new weapon. This didn't deter Kimimaro one bit as the whip curled around the construct and held the Sunanin in place. Your sand can only help you so much. With you stuck in place I will be able to use my strongest attack to remove you from Orochimaru-sama's way. As Kimimaro spoke, bones concentrated around his free arm in a large twisting spike. This bone is the strongest in my body. There is nothing that can stop it from destroying all in its path. Gaara looked at the attack, unimpressed. So it will be the strongest sword against the strongest shield, so be it. Saikyo Zatai Bogyo, Shukaku no Tate. Like Kimimaro's attack, Gaara's defense built up slowly in front of him. A large construct of sand began to take form until there was a giant tanuki standing between him and their opponent. If you believe your attack to be stronger than my shield, come. I will show you how the culmination of the densest minerals in the ground fare against your ultimate sword. While the two were droning on and creating their respective constructs, Tenten was looking on in awe of the skill and strength both showed. She could do nothing but roll her eyes at the display of power though. Really, does it always have to come down to bigger is better? The lone kunoichi thought as she took advantage of their lack of attention of anything, aside from their techniques, to ready her own strike. She took a batojutsu stance with the still unfamiliar sword. If they wanted big, they would get big. She concentrated as much chakra as she dared into her hands in preparation to send it into the black blade in her hands. Since the sword seemed to take so much chakra to use effectively, she would simply send as much chakra as she could to it right at the moment she struck. Everything in the clearing was quiet as the three took their last breaths. Then, as one, they all opened their eyes and focused on their targets. As soon as Kimimaro took his first step, Tenten was on the move. The bone wielder brought his arm back in preparation for his thrust as Tenten brought her own weapon back for her strike. They both swung their arms forward at the same time, both on a collision course for their intended targets. Gaara watched on impassively, doing his best to not look at Tenten and give away her intention. In a fraction of a second the strikes were decided. Grinding was heard as it echoed off the trees. Kimimaro's spear was able to dig into Gaara's shield almost halfway before Tenten's strike hit it with a resounding crack. Kimimaro couldn't help but stare in surprise that his attack was not only stopped, but his strongest bone was completely crushed by the weapon mistress's blow. Tenten had hit the bone halfway up, unable to hit him as her attack was aimed to calculate the position he would have been in had his attack succeeded in penetrating the shield. Due to their speed she was unable to change her strike's direction, thus the spear took the full hit. If that had hit me, I would have been unable to counter the blow. The Oto Nin looked from his destroyed weapon to the one who had shattered it. He was about to tell her that it didn't matter and he would kill them anyway, but something else came out of his mouth. He was forced to bring his hand to his mouth as a fit of coughing hit him. Pulling his hand away he stared at the blood coating it. Looking at his opponents, he sees that Tenten is breathing heavily after her attack. Gaara on the other hand looks as stoic as ever, though his own breaths seem to be coming a little deeper than normal as well. So it comes down to this after all. Kimimaro all but whispers. You may be strong, but it is hopeless now. We have beaten your strongest attack and destroyed it. Give up and you may yet live to see tomorrow. Gaara tried to reason with the boy as he was once reasoned to, but he could only stand and wish he had the blonde's ability to change people. It will not matter in the end. I was once chosen to be Orochimaru-sama's vessel, but an illness took hold. Now I can only spend the last minutes of my life ensuring that his new vessel is able to make it to Otogakure to serve him as I once did. You underestimate Naruto. Tenten shouted at the Oto Nin. He is much stronger than that Uchiha. Hell, kick his ass and bring him back to Konoha easily. Kimimaro gave the girl an unimpressed look. You underestimate the power of the cursed seal. Even if that boy were 10 times stronger than Uchiha-sama, he will fall to the power of the cursed seal. You are pathetic. Serving such a master in this way shows you to be nothing more than a mindless pawn. It is people like you that I despise most. Naruto-san will win against the Uchiha as he is 100 times stronger. He is stronger because of his bonds and it will be that which gives him victory over the Uchiha. Gaara told Kimimaro as though it were a known fact. He will defeat him just as easily as he was able to defeat me, and easier than I was able to defeat you. With that he brought his hand up and clenched it part way. Kimimaro looked down as he felt the sand lock onto his legs. The Suna boy had made a sand cylinder around his feet only to constrict it and grab on when the sand was high enough that the albino would be unable to escape from it. With his feet secured he was unable to pull out as the sand beneath him began to stir. Slowly, Kimimaro started to sink. He glanced back at his opponents to see them standing side by side, watching him as the sand pulled him down. Gaara watched impassively as his enemy sunk deeper. This sand pit is over 200 meters deep. You will be pulled to the bottom where the mere pressure will make you unable to move a finger even if you encase your entire body in bone. You were a worthy opponent, but I will not allow you to do any more harm upon those that I've come to call friend. Farewell Oto Pon. The sand tumbled over Kimimaro's head and continued to stir for a few more seconds before the area was still once more. Tenten brushed her hands together as though cleaning them of dirt. Well, that takes care of Hai. My. Sawarabi no Mai. The shout took the two ninja by surprise, but the large bones popping up from the ground caught them completely unaware as they were forced to dodge the spikes. As soon as they were close enough to each other, Gaara made a sand pad under them and took to the air, now panting hard from the exertion. Floating sand was not something he had mastered yet and it was taking all his concentration just to keep them afloat near the tips of the bone spires. The two allies continued to float, but found themselves lowering slowly as Gaara's reserves started to dwindle. Just as they lowered under a large bone spur on their way down, they heard a splintering sound. Turning their eyes behind their back they saw Kimimaro back to his normal form, if a bit paler, holding another bone spear, this one aimed right at Gaara. You know nothing of Orochimaru-sama's greatness. His will is not what drives me, but my will to make his dreams come to be. Someone like you would never understand. Kimimaro thrust the spear at Gaara's head, intending to pierce the head of the bigger nuisance of the pair. Kuchiyos. Kurikiri Mai. All three sets of eyes went wide as a fierce wind blew through the forest of bones. Then everything seemed to collapse. Gaara did his best to hold his sand platform together and land it safely on the ground as Tenten watched the form of Kimimaro flail around like a rag doll, still connected to the bone he had sprouted from. Everywhere the spires were being sliced apart by an invisible blade and came sliding, tumbling and rolling down around them. The bun-headed girl could only squeak a bit, and grab on to the nearest stable hold, at some close calls as the wind blew them both around. Then, as quickly as it had started, it was over. Both were breathing hard now in both exhaustion and fright as they collapsed to the sandy ground side by side. This was what another pair of ninja came upon as they made their way through the field of calcium. Ododo. Tamari jumped down amongst the bones to where her brother sat, taking deep gulps of air. Are you all right? She was concerned as this was the second time she had seen him in such shape. Not since Naruto had he looked so beaten, and he had been training a lot harder since then. We are fine, Tamari, thanks to your summoning. For now we must find our opponent and make sure he is taken care of. Gaara replied as he took her offered hand and pulled himself up, turning to help Tenten up as well. This action shocked Tamari a bit as Gaara, recently, would simply use his sand to help another up. The lack of it showed her just how exhausted he truly was. Don't worry about the bone man. He's just over there, Shikamaru said from on top of a toppled bone. He won't be getting back up. Where's Naruto? Tenten answered him quickly. He went after Sasuke. He ran after that damn Uchiha, but he got hurt on his shoulder right before he disappeared into the trees. We need to catch up to him and help him. If we're fast enough we should be able to catch up before they get too into their fight. Don't worry too much about Naruto, he can beat that bastard with both arms tied behind his back. Shikamaru tried to assure her. I don't know. Right before he took off I saw him. He's different, Shikamaru. He's like them. She inclined her head in the direction Shikamaru had indicated their last foe was. If he's that powerful, it's going to be difficult. Shikamaru lowered his head in thought before staring her right in the eyes. Even if he's stronger, Naruto will find a way to beat him because Naruto himself is stronger than he lets anyone know. Even so, you're right, we need to catch up just in case. He didn't want to doubt his comrade, but something was nudging the back of his mind, telling him they needed to get to the fight quickly or they would miss something important. Gaara stared straight ahead and began to talk. Kimimaro. He was like Naruto. Tenten looked at him incredulously. In what way was that brainwashed freak like Naruto? Gaara's eyes shifted to her before looking back to his path once more. He had the same devotion to Orochimaru that Naruto-san has to his precious people. The same devotion that I hope to gain someday. But Naruto isn't working for an evil madman like Orochimaru. He knows the difference between good and bad. Shikamaru stated. Is that true? I'm not so sure. Someone's precious person may not always be considered good. Even Naruto-san's precious people may be considered evil by someone at some point. The Hokages are not always seen in the light that Konoha shines upon them. Iwa, Kumo, even Kiri and Suna to an extent don't always look favorably upon Konoha and its leaders. It was that which drew us into doing Orochimaru's bidding, even if he was under the guise of our own cage. But we can choose who to follow and for what reasons. We aren't forced to follow an evil person. Tenten attempts to defend. When one is in the depths of loneliness, one looks for acceptance anywhere it can be found. Even if that person is evil, it is better than the hell of the alternative. I know this, Naruto knows this, and it's possible that the Kagaya knew this as well. Everyone pondered Gaara's words in silence as they wondered if those they knew would really have followed such a man if that was the only place they were able to find acceptance. The quartet of ninja were about to leap away when another thump of feet on bone was heard behind them. Tamari looked up at the newcomers and smirked. So you're here too. His patience was wearing thin as the hours ticked by. His glare was nearly penetrating the wall in front of him as his assistant appeared by his side once more. You don't think Kimimaro has Whatever may have happened to Kimimaro is inconsequential now. Sasuke-kun, he's the one I am waiting for and he will make it here even if he's alone. He is most like me. He will do anything for the power he so desires. Naruto heard the sound of rushing water as he neared the edge of the forest. As soon as he broke through the foliage he was forced to jump up the various boulders in order to continue his chase. Reaching the top of a smooth rock face he looked out over the crest of a large waterfall. He couldn't help but see the irony displayed in front of him. On the opposite shore, on a carved statue that had the demon inside him growling, stood Uchiha Sasuke on the crown of Uchiha Madara's stone head. From the statue carved into the face of the cliff, he knew exactly where he was. The Valley of the End. The site of a legendary battle of decades past and soon to be the site of another battle that will decide the fate of two new shinobi. Sasuke. Naruto called out over the roar of the falling water. The Uchiha turned towards his counterpart slowly with a sneer marring his face. Black marks had already spread from his neck and one of his eyes was dyed black with his Sharingan active. Dobi. Chapter 33. End of an end at the end. Dark shapes bounded past the clearing where Choji was resting against a tree to regain his energy before he tried to return home. None of them stopped as their mission would not allow them such a reprieve. Blank masks ignored the young man as they swiftly jumped past and into the brush beyond, not even caring that they had been spotted as knowledge of their existence no longer mattered as much as it once did. They had seen the flare shoot up and rushed towards it, knowing that it was a notice to all squads to converge on that point. Having already been on the trail of the Uchiha since their leader was smart enough to know where the boy would be heading, or, at least, he had spies smart enough to inform him of where to look. They were probably the closest to the successful team's point of contact currently. Even so, they rushed themselves in order to stay ahead of any other squads that may be rerouting to the confirmed position. The hefty boy below them only caught a small, blurred glimpse of the passing squad. He grinned at the sight, thinking it was their backup, not even worried that they hadn't stopped to see if he was alright. Had he been a little more healthy he may have noticed such things, but as it was he was barely hanging on to consciousness. It probably wouldn't have mattered either way due to his condition, but perhaps he could have gotten another warning flare off to get the other teams moving a little faster. Regardless, it took another 20 minutes for another team to show up. This team was considerate enough to drop down and make sure he was, at least, still alive. They had come in from the west whereas the previous team had come from closer to Konoha. Akamichi-san, are you okay? The voice was muffled, but understandable. I'm still alive, but that's about it right now. Pretty hungry though. Choji half slurred. The person kneeling over him turned to their comrades, on of the other indistinct blobs in his vision. He's responsive, but that's about all. Someone should probably get him back to the village. You sure are nicer than that last team. I don't think they even looked at me. The boy lazily chatted just before drifting off. Another team. I don't recall anyone else in this area. We may have more enemies than previously thought. You, get him back to the village. The rest of us will go on ahead. If you see any other teams on the way back, tell them to double time it. We'll want as much backup as possible for this new threat. When you get back to the village, get him to the medics first, then ask that a medic team be sent in pursuit. I don't believe this will be the only casualty. Also, tell Tsunade-sama that we'll need someone on cleanup for the bodies, for either side. Had Choji still been conscious he may have felt himself being picked up and seen the group heading away from him as his escort sped back toward the village, ignorant of the world and the mission that was far over the head of any normal genin. Haku sighed for about the 20th time. She had yet to spot hide or hair of anyone else from the team. Indeed, it was a small blessing that they had marked their trail as they went for her, as well as any support teams, to follow. As she made to jump to the next branch she found her foot didn't want to follow the same path as it stubbornly stuck to the previous limb. She only had time for a small shriek of surprise as her vision shifted from her intended target to the ground far below. She scanned for anything that she might be able to grab onto to stop her fall. There was nothing between her and the forest floor far below. Her descent was brought to an abrupt halt though as someone grabbed her and took them on a bouncing path to the ground where they met up with a third person. Hinata. Thanks. Haku bowed to her savior. That's what friends are for, Haku. You don't have to thank me. Hinata replied with a kind smile. I apologize that I could not do the same. Neji said from his spot, leaning against a nearby tree. Haku looked at him and noticed the bloody spots on his clothes. She turned back to Hinata. How serious is it? He'll be out of commission for a while. I've only patched the wounds to get them to stop bleeding for a bit. His wounds are above my skill to heal, he'll need higher medical treatment. Hinata announced to the both of them. She didn't like admitting that there was something beyond her skill to heal, but at her current skill level there was a lot she needed to learn yet and even more that she had yet to encounter as far as injuries go. Haku nodded, showing she understood Hinata's assessment. They had both delved deeper into the healing arts after the events following the Chunin exams. During that time they found that Hinata had more skill as a medic than she ever had in the Hyuga arts. The chakra control she got from her Hyuga training allowed her to use healing techniques with pinpoint accuracy. Even her mind seemed to be geared towards healing as she could easily name of any part of the human body, its functions and basic healing measures that can be done to an injured person to give them time until help arrived. Of course, sometimes there was no answer but Hinata knew substantially more than Haku. If she said he would live, he would live. Is he well enough to be on his own while we go ahead? Hinata was torn. On one hand she wanted to stay with Neji and talk to him some more without worrying that her former family members may interfere. On the other she had a mission to complete and friends to keep safe. She glanced at Neji then again at Haku, trying to decide. I will be fine. You need to complete the mission. I will just stay here until help arrives or you return with our friends. Do not worry Hinata-sama, as you said, I will live. Hinata scanned Neji for any sign that he was in any kind of abnormal pain, or some injury that she'd overlooked. When she found none she turned back to Haku and gave her a nod of assent. Be safe, Ni-san. She didn't look back as they jumped back into the trees and continued on their way. Behind them Neji just leaned back against the tree again and closed his eyes. He hadn't even been relaxing for a few minutes when his eyes snapped open as he heard more pounding in the treetops. His Byakugan was on full blast as he searched his surroundings. He easily spotted a group of ninja passing by just a little ways off. Something about them though made him not call out for aid. They were wearing dark clothes similar to those worn by Anbu, but their masks were of a different make. There were none of the normal markings associated with any Anbu he was aware of, and the way they moved was too uniform, too robotic to be a regular ninja. His assessment ended as they passed out of his range and he was left waiting again. To pass the time he picked up a stick and began drawing in the dirt near him, not really paying attention to what he was drawing as he waited for someone to pass by. Someone that didn't make his spine tingle with unease. It was nearly 15 minutes later that another team came by in his range of vision. With what strength he could manage he put his fingers to his mouth and blew. A little undignified for a Hyuga, but he was starting to care less and less about his name the more he interacted with Hinata and the increasing brutality of his uncle with her excommunication from the clan. The group of ninja didn't even turn their heads to see if the noise was a friend or foe as they changed direction towards its source. Any ninja that made themselves known that quickly was either overconfident, too injured to care, or a friendly unit. It was the latter they found as they landed in front of a slightly pale Neji. The medics quickly took in the details of his injuries and went directly to scanning them. Are you alright Hyuga-san? One of them asked as he scanned his shoulder. Neji wanted to scoff at the man as it was obvious that he was injured, what with all the blood staining his clothes. Still, he turned his head to the man to reply. I was injured fighting one of the Oto Nin with Hinata-sama. She healed me to the best of her abilities then went on ahead with Amagawa-san when I was stable. The medic nodded his head as he finished scanning the wound. Well, she did a nice job for not having any formal medic training. The wound will keep until we can get you back to the village. You, escort him back while we move on. A woman stepped forward and nodded towards who Neji assumed was the head medic. Before the others of the group left though she asked a question they hadn't thought to. Hyuga-san, did you see another group pass by this way? Hi. There was a group dressed similar to our Anbu, though they weren't any type of Anbu I had seen before. Neji replied. The man who had addressed him first turned towards the genin. Were they friendly? Turning to address the man, Neji took a moment to consider his answer. They hadn't stopped, but did that mean they were hostile, or simply that they were concentrating on their mission? I am unsure. They did not stop to assist me, but neither did they attempt to make sure I was a threat. I advised to proceed with caution. The man nodded once before leading the rest of his team through the trees, following the markers showing the path the retrieval team had taken. Neji shifted his gaze from their backs as they disappeared, over to the female medic that was checking over his wounds again. She looked up at him and gave a reassuring smile. You should be safe for travel, Hyuga-san. You will need quite a bit of treatment when we return though. Your injuries are too severe to treat here. Neji nodded to her and with a little pain, he was helped to his feet and they made their way back towards Konoha. One of them giving a small prayer to those still fighting, asking that they return safely, and in better shape than he was. A few moments after their departure from Neji, Hinata and Haku came across another from the retrieval team. Kiba was looking a bit weary with his added burden, and with his torn-up clothes he also seemed to have had a difficult battle, not that Akamaru seemed to have minded in the least. Inuzuka-san. Haku called out to the Inuzuka when she spotted him. The boy turned to look at who was addressing him and altered his course accordingly to meet them. They meet up on a reasonably thick branch where he laid the Oto Kunoichi down and rolled his shoulder to try and work out any cramps that had formed. Scowling down at the unconscious woman, he cursed lightly under his breath. Had I known you were that much heavier than you looked, I would have fought harder to go ahead instead of carrying your ass around. He took his eyes off the redhead as the other two Konoha nin landed on the branch. Who's she? Hinata asked, a bit cautiously due to her dislike of the Inuzuka. For all she knew, he had taken her as a personal slave. Unlikely, if the strength of the one she fought was any indication, but she would hurt him if he said anything along those lines. Right now she a freaking pain in the ass, and thanks to that Suna bitch she's just dead weight that I have to carry back home. I'm starting to think we should have just killed her and let the crows interrogate her, even if she does have a nice ass. Kiba spouted as he half-heartedly kicked the unconscious girl's foot. You didn't. Haku started as the girls glared at him. Hell number. She might look nice, but she's a nutcase. I don't want to have anything to do with someone that has a worse temper than my relatives. He was still the target of that hard glare from Hinata while Haku knelt by the Oto nin and ran a diagnostics jutsu over her, including her abdomen, just in case Kiba was lying. Kiba saw her do so and grit his teeth. Hey, I said I didn't do anything. Yes, you did, but I wouldn't take your word at face value after what you've tried to pull in the past. Don't think for a second that I forgot what you were attempting to do to Hinata or myself. Haku saw Kiba grit his teeth, but he had no comeback. TCH, whatever. Look, I gotta get her back to Konoha. Don't look at me like that. Shikamaru gave me orders to take her back and hand her over to interrogation. Unfortunately, she has to get there in one piece since I know you'd find out somehow and take it out on me if she isn't. Kiba said, sounding rather annoyed. You're right about that. If she has so much as a tear in her clothes that she doesn't have now, I will personally make sure you are incapable of passing on your genes. Hinata growled out in a way that may have at one point made the boy in front of her want her more. Now it just served to make him sweat a bit as he knew she could back up her words now that she was getting serious with her training and had others to back her up. Others that had the same or worse feelings for him. Yeah, look, we can stand here talking all day or you can leave me to get this sack of meat back to Konoha while you two go fight like ninja should. Kiba turned back towards his charge to hide the sweat that was forming on his brow as he mumbled to himself. Some people get respect. What do I get? An unconscious hottie that I can't even touch. A kunai dug into the bark between his legs and he shot a look back at the women behind him. You better keep that in mind, Inuzuka. Hinata decided a little extra incentive would be needed to get him the rest of the way to Konoha without incident. Kiba sneered at them one last time before hoisting the girl on his shoulders. Whatever. I'm gone. He was about to leap away when Haku gave him some parting advice. I suggest you stick to the ground, Kiba-san. Hinata and Neji-san's battles left some sort of sticky residue on the trees and ground. At least if you get stuck on the ground you won't have to worry about falling to your death, or dumping the prisoner to save yourself. Kiba just gave a snort in acknowledgement, but started descending as he leapt off, making his way to ground level and showing that he had at least taken her advice to heart. He's growing up little by little, Haku said to Hinata as she followed Kiba's retreating back. That may be, but he has a lot of ground to cover before he can even consider himself forgiven for his past actions. I'm not giving him an inch, Hinata said before leaping ahead. And I never expect you to, Haku replied to her back as she leapt after the former Hyuga. Behind the girls, Kiba was still muttering to himself. Why do I have to be the one to lug the enemy ninja back? The Suna chick should have had to do it. They just attacked us not that long ago. At least if we left her alone with this bitch, it wouldn't really matter what she did with her, in the middle of the woods, alone. His mind was soon delving into the gutter as he imagined just what the two kunoichi could be getting down to without anyone around. In his days, Kiba didn't even notice when other ninja were coming towards him until one dropped right in front of him. Shit! Kiba yelled out as the Anbu ninja appeared. Kami, don't scare me like that. Kiba caught his breath and tried to get his heart to beat a bit closer to normal. As his breathing slowed down a bit, he looked at the man in front of him and was a little unnerved. He had seen Anbu before and this person looked nothing like them. Could this be one of those special ops Anbu? Inuzuka-san, you are to drop the ninja you are carrying and step away immediately. The Anbu ordered. Now Kiba was caught off guard and a little angered at the man's tone, or lack thereof. Something about the way the man had spoken, like he had no emotion whatsoever. As he was about to state his orders, more ninja dropped from the trees surrounding the Anbu. Now there was something really off as the new arrivals had weapons drawn and aimed at the Anbu. The man didn't seem fazed at all by the new threat. Oi! What's the deal? Why are you drawing your weapons? He's just an Anbu, and he was gonna take this chick off my shoulders. Kiba questioned, now more on edge than ever. That would be the wisest decision. Hand her over and no harm will come to you. The Anbu repeated in his hollow voice. Inuzuka-san, do not hand the prisoner over no matter what. She is your charge until you make it to interrogation. You are to only hand her over when you get there. Do not trust her with anyone else. One of the new arrivals said. Kiba was torn now, but the tone of the man's voice made him want to sway more towards that order. Is this Anbu an enemy ninja? He asked cautiously, slipping into a more sure-footed stance and ready to take off at a moment's notice. Something like that, the previous speaker growled out. Now get going. Kiba shot off into the trees, or, he would have had a foot not found his stomach, forcing him to take a knee and cough up some blood. He spat out a globule and glared at the Anbu that attacked him. What the hell? You've made the wrong decision, Inuzuka-san. The faceless masked man drew a kunai and prepared to strike Kiba down, only to have to dodge an attack from behind. I don't think so, Nay scum. The, now identified, Nay agent dodged more swipes as another ninja rushed to Kiba's side and examined the new injury. You should be fine. Get ready to move while we distract him. Run as fast as you can and don't stop for anything. The woman healing him said. How do I know I can trust you? Kiba asked, his body tense. If we wanted to do anything to you, it would have already been done. Besides, why would we be helping you get back to Konoha if we wanted to hurt you? The woman pointed out. Right, was Kiba's only response as he got back to his feet and readjusted his grip onto Yuya. He spun back to the kunoichi though as a thought hit him. Yamanaka Ino and Tsuchi Kin went after one of those Odo freaks. They went over a cliff and we lost sight of them. Understood. We'll make sure to send someone their way when we're done. We can't think of them now though, so get going. She told him as she watched her team confronting the ninja. Now, the woman whispered harshly as she and Kiba leapt in opposite directions. One towards Konoha and the other towards the fight. Sadanzo's on the move then. What would he have to gain from having the girl? The team leader asked. He was met with silence from the Nay agent. Doesn't matter anyway. Anything that man could want is something we aren't going to give him willingly. You've chosen the wrong side. Attack. As one, the medics charged the Nay operative to show him just how much ninja underestimate their kind. The Nay was hard pressed to keep up with so many attackers, but he was doing an honorable job of holding them off. Well, honorable if he was from any other organization. Honor didn't mean much in Nay, and he proved that when he kicked up dirt in his attackers' faces before sprinting off towards the area the Inuzuka had disappeared to. He was caught off guard himself when he was hit by an attack from below. Gatsuga. Kiba hit the man directly in the stomach, causing him to spin away towards the medic squad. His breath was labored now. Shit, he definitely bruised my ribs when he kicked me, but he should be feeling some of that pain himself now. He watched the man as he got up, narrowing his eyes at the seemingly pain-free stance. It was short-lived, however, when the man suddenly stiffened and fell face first to the ground. Behind him stood the woman that had checked over him. She knelt down and checked the man's pulse. Nodding to herself of a successful knockout, she turned to her superior. He'll be out for a couple hours at least. The man nodded as he wiped the dirt from his face. Good job. You as well, Inuzuka-san. Now if you don't mind not disobeying more orders. Kiba flinched a bit at the annoyed tone the man took. Both of you take these prisoners back to Konoha. I'm sure Ibiki will have many questions for them. The woman hoisted the unconscious man with seemingly no effort while Kiba retrieved his charge from where he hid her, and they were soon both heading for Konoha, with the female medic giving Kiba a lecture about following orders and Kiba making weak attempts to defend himself. He found out that apparently it wasn't a good idea to play hero when his side was outnumbering the enemy and he had an important mission to do himself. Meanwhile, the medic team organized their group to split and go after each portion of the recovery cell when they reached the mentioned cliff. The larger portion would help those that were still going after the Oto ninja carrying Sasuke, while the singular medic went to back up those that went over the edge. With heightened speed due to Hinata's annoyance with the Inuzuka, something that seemed to spike up more often than not whenever she saw him, the pair made quick time. Even so, they saw the majority of the remaining Konoha and Suna ninja about to leap off from a battlefield that looked to be made up of petrified trees that were cut down in a hurricane. They were surprised to see the Suna ninja there, and kept their guard up, but were put slightly at ease that they were not attacking the Konoha ninja present. The larger group addressed them as they landed softly on the ground. So you're here too. They turned towards the blonde Suna Kunoichi as the others turned to them. Hi. Choji and Neji were injured but both are stable. Kiba was carrying the redhead back when we passed him. We didn't see Ino or Kin. Haku answered as she had seen the most of what had transpired. They went over a cliff after the gray-haired guy. Shikamaru replied. Damn it. We should have went after them instead. I think you have more than enough here to handle the Uchiha. Hinata was rather upset that her friends were in danger alone. Don't worry. Konkuro went after them when we felt the chakra from their fight. He'll keep them safe. Tamari tried to sound soothing, but it was an emotion she wasn't used to and it came out a bit awkward. Still, Hinata gave her a thankful nod for the attempt. Either way, we need to move out. Uzumaki may need our help. He is strong, but the Uchiha has a thirst for blood in his eyes. I know that look well. Gaara announced, bringing their attention back to the task at hand. The group nodded to each other as they readied themselves to take to the trees. They weren't given the chance to jump though, as they were forced to dodge a hail of kunai that embedded into the trees they were aiming for. The group looked towards the source only to see a trio of Anbu-dressed ninja rushing them. Split up. Work in pairs. Shikamaru called out as they dodged further, forcing the new arrivals to split as well or risk being taken unawares. Who the hell are you guys? Are you Konoha nin? Why are you attacking us? Tenten inquired, though to her frustration the person in front of her didn't answer. It didn't help that she was a little miffed by her new partner. Tamari wasn't nearly as hesitant, as she couldn't care less who she was working with as long as she completed her mission, and right now that mission was getting away from this unknown ninja alive. Kamedachi. The ninja dodged the blast of wind with ease, but his left put him in a predictable path, one that Tenten took full advantage of as she let loose half the kunai she had scavenged from her fight into the path of the ninja. Their opponent was able to deflect most of the weapons, but some found their marks as he now had a pair of kunai in his right leg and another sticking out of his left arm. He was forced to drop his own kunai due to the loss of full function of his left arm. Even so, he didn't show any sign of being hurt other than his limp arm and favoring his right leg. It doesn't matter how many of you there are. We will complete our mission. With his focus on the two girls, the unknown ninja rushed forward, only to fall on his face halfway to them. His targets let out a sigh of relief and looked towards the others. Gaara looked impassively at the ninja before them. The blank mask and soulless eyes not affecting his concentration as he was far too used to seeing those eyes in the mirror for most of his life. He hated those eyes. The girl next to him was equally unaffected. Hinata had seen eyes of indifference like that for most of her life as well. In her case though they were looking at her, wholly unimpressed by any advancement she made in her training. She hated those eyes. You know you are going to die, so why are you standing against us? Gaara said without so much as a flinch. He got no reply other than the ninja starting hand signs. In seconds a large fireball was flying at the pair but neither moved. Hinata couldn't understand why she didn't. For some reason she felt almost as safe with their former enemy as she did with Naruto. Her instincts served her well as a wall of sand burst up in front of the fireball, directing the flames away from the allied fighters. Right when the flames died down the ninja rushed in for an attempt at taijutsu since it seemed ninjutsu was out and, since one of his opponents was a hyuga, genjutsu was all but worthless. Gaara, knowing his taijutsu skills were definitely not up to task, backed off as Hinata shot forward to meet the enemy. Though she was tired from her own fight, she would not hesitate to defend her friends with her life. Not to say Gaara was inactive. As Hinata's strikes flew, Gaara's sand was working at the ground level, trying to catch their opponent flat-footed. The Nei operative was trained since he was young, far younger than his opponents started their training. He was taught the fighting styles of every major clan in Konoha and as many jutsu as his mind could handle. Taught to be calculative and ruthless, he was one of the many soldiers trained by Danzo himself. Now that training was proving to be ineffective as the hyuga in front of him was not using the normal juken. He was already out of jutsu options due to half of his tenketsu being cut off in his arms. Thus there was only one other option he had left. With a smooth motion he pulled out his ninjutsu and swung it at the girl's head. Hinata smirked at the man as his weapon came at her. If there was one thing that Naruto had helped them train in it was weapons and how to defend against them. This was doubly true for Hinata as the hyuga seemed to detest weapons, preferring their unbeatable juken instead. Well, that wasn't the case with the former hyuga heiress. With grace that belied her ferocity, Hinata dodged the strike and brought out a kunai. The next pass the ninja made she swerved around, guiding the blade with her own and opening up the man's side. A jab with her free hand and the ninja found himself short of breath. With the small hesitation from the pain and lack of air, Gaara capitalized and made his move. Sand was instantly wrapped around the man's legs and his sword arm, which was caught at the end of its swing. With the, now glaring, opening Hinata struck more. 5 times to the stomach, 2 to each lung, 3 to the heart and 1 to the head. Had Gaara's sand not be holding him, the man would have dropped when she hit his heart. With the resisting grains holding him up though, the man could only jerk with each hit as his life escaped his body. Well done. I was afraid I was going to have to interfere, but it seems you two had everything in order. On the other side of the ninja, a person dressed in a white overcoat walked forward. Hinata put a reassuring hand on Gaara's shoulder when she saw the symbol for Konoha medics on the man's uniform, surprising him that his sand didn't react. Gaara searched the man's eyes for deception. Despite Hinata's ease, he wasn't going to trust any newcomers unless he was certain they weren't a threat. We need to assist Uzumaki-san with the Uchiha. Affirmative. The medic said, all business, which put Gaara a bit more at ease. Haku landed next to Shikamaru as their target caught up to them. You will not interfere with our mission. The droning voice came out from the mask. It sounded even more bored than Shikamaru, not that said teen would admit it. We could say the same thing to you. You are, after all, hindering our mission as well. Haku said as she started her hand signs. In seconds both she and Shikamaru found themselves completely dry while a ball of dirty water collected in front of the Hyoten user. Using our sweat for your jutsu. That's a little disgusting, you know. Shikamaru commented from the side. Haku ignored him as she concentrated on her jutsu. Hyoten. Sabama Fubuki. Her ice swallows shot towards the masked ninja who easily dodged them. It was a game of cat and mouse before he had them far enough away. Turning his path back towards his attacker, the man pushed out more speed, leaving the birds chasing air as he quickly approached their creator. He was getting close when he jumped to the side for, seemingly, no reason. Damn it. Almost had him. Shikamaru stood from his kneeling position as his shadow came back to him. Haku remained calm as she thought of some other way to trap the man. With her hand in her pouch she fingered some senbon. With the lack of water, and wanting to conserve chakra for a drawn-out fight, she was going to have to use conventional weapons. As the ninja rushed them again she flung her arm out while throwing her other arm down. The ninja though was smarter than she gave him credit for as he jumped backwards rather than dodging to the sides. Dirt flew into the air as her swallows impacted on either side of where her target had been standing. It was a good try Kunoichi-san, but these enemies aren't your average ninja. Isn't that right Ne-san? A new arrival announced. A white overcoat with markings indicating him as the head medic of the team adorned his frame. The enemy quickly jumped to the side in order to keep all of his opponents in sight. There were no threatening moves, nor was he telegraphing his intentions. A perfect tool, sharpened to perfection. Yet at the same time, tarnished beyond cleansing. At an unspoken command, the man darted towards Haku, intending to take her out of the fight quickly. Haku had other plans though. When the Ne had put distance between them, she had backed off to Shikamaru's side in order to come up with another plan. When the man charged at her she charged out, intent on not letting him near the Nara. It was during this exchange that the man finally decided to talk. Danzo-sama would benefit greatly from your abilities. A simple comment, but the way he said it made the hair on Haku's neck stand on end. Something about the statement made her sure that he didn't mean he was looking to scout her as a new soldier. You can tell your master that he's aiming too high with his ambitions if he thinks that I would willingly help someone like him. Haku spat back. As she anticipated, the man didn't even flinch. At least, not until he had to dodge an attack from behind. Damn, he better than I thought if he could sense that. The medic cursed under his breath. With his chakra control he could hide his chakra to the amount of a normal civilian with underdeveloped coils. Something that would be akin to finding a particular fly in the Inuzuka compound. I guess it's going to be completely hands-on. Are you two ready? He got two nods in return, showing that both were looking to him as their leader at the moment. Then let's go. The three shot forward, two going on the offense immediately while Shikamaru ran straight past them, aiming for his personal target. Now defending against two attackers in close range, the Ne operative was being pressed back. Any time he tried to move to one side or another, one of the attackers would move in the way. Had he any emotions he may have been frustrated. As it was, he was now armed with his ninjata and a kunai, trying to keep the two at bay while he planned. A quick thrust with the ninjata made Haku parry it to the side, opening up her ribs for a clean shot, one the ninja was all too willing to take. The kunai hovered less than an inch from Haku's open chest as the girl took some exhausted breaths. It would seem that she was concentrating too hard on her family's jutsu recently. She would have to increase her physical exercises to balance it out. As it was, she would never hear the end of this from Naruto. Still, she was thankful for the Nara whom she sent a nod to over the enemy's shoulder. Said boy was kneeling in the shadow of one of the still standing bones. The extra shadow gave him enough to work with to increase his own shadow's range. With his allies keeping the assaulting ninja occupied, it was an easy task to capture him this time. There would be a new feeling in his gut soon. The medic turned emotionless as he walked up to the captured ninja. You can tell your master all about your failure when you meet him in hell. Until then you can describe it to Ibiki-san at interrogation. He was about to bind the man when the masked head gave a jerk, then another, and another. Cursing, the medic tore off the mask to find foam coming from the man's mouth. He tsked in disgust. You can let him go Nara-san. He won't be going anywhere again. A bit reluctantly, Shikamaru let his jutsu fall, and the body it had captured was soon to follow. It was then that he saw what the medic meant. The foaming mouth was only the first stage the poison had taken. Now, blood leaked from his eyes, nose, ears and mouth. His eyes were swelling from the overflow and his tongue was very obviously swelling in his throat. He looks like he's about to. Shikamaru started, a little greener than normal. Boom. With a small explosion, The three became a little bloodier than they were, and none of it was their own. The medic was the least affected as he sneered at the new bloodstain on the grass. Damn suicidal crazies. I guess Danzo is afraid of being discovered even now. He turned back to the two Chunin to take in their states. Shikamaru looked even greener than before and seemed to be barely holding in his food. Haku looked less affected, but still uneasy at being covered in gore. We need to gather up everyone and get moving, there's no telling what's going on with Uzumaki and the Uchiha. Let's. His voice was drowned out, a sudden overwhelming pressure descended on the clearing. Shit. We have to move now. The head medic yelled out for everyone to hear. Now was not the time to proceed with caution. The group of ninja quickly took to the trees and pushed on as hard as they dared to whilst keep their chakra levels decent, just in case. What was that pressure? Tenten asked no one in particular. It was Uzumaki. Gaara announced, surprising a few at the definite tone he used. That can't be Naruto. I've never felt anything like this when I was near him. Shikamaru said. You've never been near him when he was using his other chakra. Haku replied, not taking her eyes off the path ahead. I've felt it, so has Hinata. I'm sure Tamari has felt similar and Gaara should be intimately familiar with it. You mean he's using its chakra? Tenten asked, a little shocked that the blonde would go so far. Something has him angry. It has to be something major to get him this mad though. I haven't felt anything close to this since Nami when the Uchiha tried to kill me. Haku confirmed, shocking those that hadn't known of the encounter. The two glared at each other across over the rushing water. Each held hate in their eyes, but each for a different reason. For Sasuke, his hatred stemmed from that which he had for his brother. His obsession with getting stronger to kill his sibling had simply spiraled out of control until he was the obsession. His whole being yearned for the power to defeat the older Uchiha, and he would do anything he had to in order to achieve that goal. If that meant squashing Konoha ninja until there were no more people in the village to consider it as such, then so be it. Naruto, on the other hand, held hate for the Uchiha in front of him. Ever since he met the boy, he'd been bottling it up and holding it back by sheer will due to what would have happened to him if he went too far against the so-called prodigy. Now though, he just couldn't find it in him to care. Looking into the pair of onyx eyes through the light spray of the falls, he could only feel contempt at his former comrade. Still, he had one thing to attempt, just so he could finish this with a clear conscience. Sasuke, you have abandoned the village, but I'm sure the council would see fit to excuse it as stretching your legs or some other bullshit. Only if you come back peacefully though. Otherwise I'm going to have to break you and drag you back. Of course, if I do that you probably won't be able to run away again, ever. Sasuke simply raised his head a bit and looked down his nose at his second most hated enemy. Like you could. With the power that is coursing through my veins now, you are nothing but a pebble in my path, easily swept away. Is that your answer, Uchiha? Naruto asked, even though he already knew the answer. Sasuke nearly laughed as the blonde got into his fighting stance. Did he really think he could stop him from leaving? Him, and Uchiha. He didn't even try to put up a defense, so disillusioned in his superiority. With his new power he could take on anyone. It would take more than some bastard orphan to make me go back, so bring your threats all you want, Dobi. Just remember that I gave you this chance. Now, learn to regret not taking it. The blonde disappeared from sight, not taking any chances in resetting his weights. This would be a fight that he would not hold back on. Sasuke had just enough time to widen his eyes a little before his body nearly folded in half as a fist sunk into his gut. He looked to the side and up to see that his opponent wasn't even dignifying him with a look. He grit his teeth in anger at the slight for only a second as his head was forced back up when Naruto's foot met his chin. Too fast, were the thoughts of the boy as he sailed through the air, but he showed that he was better than average as he was able to flip and land upright. Not taking any more chances, his Sharingan bled into his eyes. Still, it felt like he was up against Lee again as a blonde missile impacted his sternum and sent him crashing back into the trees near the bank of the river. Naruto watched his foe roll to the side and cough up some blood. He couldn't help but smirk as he finally got to lay into the stuck-up bastard. You know you still have the chance to give up. He really didn't want the black-haired egotistical moron to throw in the towel too soon, but at least he would have his defense if a Yamanaka had to read his memories. He really didn't have to worry though as he watched the Uchiha's shoulders moving and leapt away just as the boy turned. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. The massive fireball missed its target and shot off into the sky. Sasuke cursed as he got to his feet. He was still having trouble tracking the blonde and it was driving him further and further towards insanity. You can't run from me forever, Uzumaki. A blur came from his right and he was barely able to get his arm up to guard before the kick could reach his head. The defector grunted as he was pushed back, but smirked as his guard held and all he would need to worry about would be a bruise on that arm. His free arm came around and grabbed a hold of the foot before his opponent could recover from the block. With a twist and some muscle, Naruto was sent flying back towards the waterfall. Do you see now? Do you understand that you are no match for an Uchiha? Sasuke gloated, his face drawn into a sneer as the Chunin easily recovered from the toss as though it was his own jump. You are delusional, Sasuke, if you think a lucky grab is something to be proud of. Naruto could see his enemy's rage digging its roots deeper with every word he said. The only thought on his mind though was his own berating for being caught by the Uchiha and tossed away. He couldn't figure out how the arrogant prick got better since he was in a jail cell for so long. You're the one who's delusional. I will crush you, and when I do I will make sure you know who is the stronger of us. I will have you begging on your knees asking me to end you pie. HRK. His sentence died in his throat as a foot found his gut this time. You talk too much, Naruto said with a severe lack of emotion in his voice. His fist impacted the egotistical genin in the side of the head, sending him crashing to the ground again. Fighting doesn't need words. Another kick hit his downed opponent in the ribs, forcing him to roll over to lessen the damage. Fighting just needs two things. A kick in the jaw made Sasuke howl out in pain. A winner. Naruto waited until the boy was attempting to stand to put another kick on his sternum, forcing his breath out and setting him on his back. And a loser. Guess which one you are. Staring up at the sky, Sasuke was trying to understand what was going on. I should be winning this fight. I should be dominating him easily and yet, he's just playing with me. How? How can he be so strong? What is he doing that I'm not? He glanced at the blonde as he regained his breath. His rage fueled the hate he had for the teen in front of him. I can't let it end like this. I won't let it end like this. Without so much as a muscle twitch, Sasuke was on his feet and lashing out at Naruto. The move was so unexpected that he was able to catch the blonde on the jaw and make him stumble back a couple feet. Feeling he had the advantage, Sasuke struck out more and was able to land a couple blows on the blonde's chest and stomach. The Jinchuriki kept his head well guarded though, so no solid hits made it through there. You say there is a winner and a loser. Well, right, here's your winner. Sasuke drew his fist back and gave Naruto a hard punch right to the stomach. To his dismay, the blonde blocked it, though his opponent was forced to dodge rather than counter when the kunai he grabbed with his other hand came around in an attempt to carve the boy's throat out. Naruto looked at Sasuke, trying to figure out what changed. It wasn't until he got to the eyes that he noticed anything different. What he saw in those orbs made him scowl. Both had the full 3 tomes of a matured Sharingan spinning in them. So you finally unlocked them. I guess that makes this a more serious fight. Naruto narrowed his eyes and drew his mother's wakizashi, causing Sasuke's own eyes to narrow. Unlocked. My eyes. Did I finally gain my full birthright? Sasuke was sorely tempted to find a surface to look at his eyes for confirmation. In the middle of a fight though, he would get no such reprieve. Unless. Sasuke charged Naruto once more, this time with 2 kunai ready to battle against the red blade. If he did indeed get his 3rd tome, he should be able to match that blade with little trouble, just like his brother was able to do. After all, they were both labeled as prodigies and they both had fully matured Sharingan. Well, Itachi's was only a 3-tome Sharingan as well when he had been matching blades with kunai. True to his hypothesis, Sasuke was able to defend against Naruto's superior blade skills, but defending was all he could do as the red blade struck so quick that he barely had time to get his kunai up to guard. The dark-haired youth had never gotten far in weapon skills as he had always preferred ninjutsu and taijutsu over anything else. Being an Uchiha with his all-stealing eye pretty much set his path in that respect. Now that he could see what it was like to defend against someone with better close combat skill than himself, he made sure to add that to the list of things he would master in order to kill his brother. Sasuke gave a smirk as he blocked another swipe from the blade. You're slowing down, Dobi. Don't tell me you're tired already. I probably could have gotten a better fight from one of your sluts. He didn't have time to raise his guard on the next swipe, but he did shuffle back a little. The action saved his legs as a thin cut split the skin around his knees. I thought I told you that you talk too much, was Naruto's cold reply. Though at this level one would have to say that you have no hope of reaching your goals. I have about as much a chance becoming the daimyo of Iwa as you do of coming close to my strength. He gave off his own smirk as he saw Sasuke bristle, only to curse as Sasuke's cursed seal crept over his skin a little more. What would you know of strength, loser? My brother was an Anbu captain. You couldn't even fathom the strength he has. If he hadn't betrayed us, the Uchiha could have easily taken out that whole pathetic village. Sasuke had no way of knowing just how close to the facts he was, but it really didn't matter to him. In his mind, the Uchiha were and always would be the pinnacle of the gene pool. I don't need to know his strength, as I know I'm not on his level, yet. I do know he is ranked the same as Orochimaru and I've fought him before. I am nowhere near the hubby's level, so of course I wouldn't be on the level of your brother. Naruto replied, not really caring much about the AWOL Uchiha. He had read the bingo book entry, though he hadn't known it was Sasuke's brother that had the bounty. Power comes with time and work. It's not just handed out to the first person to come seeking it. I will gain my strength my own way, through hard work and determination. That alone will put me above you and your thieving eyes. Sasuke growled and charged back into the fight. If you think that simple training will let you beat an Uchiha, you are more of an imbecile than I gave you credit for. No amount of training will let you beat my brother. He is decades ahead of you in skill and experience. Plus he is an Uchiha. Only an Uchiha can beat an Uchiha. He threw his cares away and went for a double downward strike with his kunai, believing his eyes would tell him what he would need to watch out for. The strike hit, miraculously, but all the reward he got was a smirking blonde right before he was blown over the side of the waterfall and towards the river below. He caught a glimpse of blonde hair on the top of the Shodai's head through the smoke of the explosion as he fell and cursed at Naruto right before he hit the water's surface. Meanwhile, Naruto looked after the falling Uchiha until he disappeared under the water's surface. Cautiously he descended the statue until he got to the water below. Scanning the surface, he saw no sign of his target, not that he would believe for a second that the fight was over. Walking out onto the water, he tried to scan just under the surface for any sign of movement. What he saw made him dash for the side of the river as numerous blazing orbs breached the surface and sped off into the sky. Following his fireballs through the water, Sasuke jumped onto the surface and immediately shot towards his opponent, not wanting to give him time to do anything in retaliation. As he got close, he noted that Naruto had put his blade away at some point, so he tossed his kunai at the blonde and followed up with some hand seals. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. The kunai were hidden in fireballs now, but that didn't seem to matter as Naruto dodged all of the missiles with ease. They served their purpose though as he got within close combat range. Dropping to the ground, Sasuke tried to take Naruto's legs out from under him. When the blonde jumped to avoid, he smirked and kicked up, catching Naruto in the gut this time. Now airborne against his will, Naruto could only watch as Sasuke jumped up after him. At least, that's what he wanted the Raven to think. As Sasuke went for his first kick, an arm appeared in the way. Using that arm as a springboard, he pushed off to put a kick in the opposite side. His momentum was stopped as Naruto latched onto his first attack and pulled. Before Sasuke could react, he was face to face with a pair of blue eyes. I've already seen this attack, Bakayaro. Naruto said as he kicked out with both legs, this time hitting Sasuke on either side of his chest. The Avenger, though not fast enough to block, did see the attack coming and was able to grab onto Naruto's ankles. With a hard twist, he turned the both on their sides as they hit the ground, taking some of his momentum away. Even so, it took them both a minute to recover from the harsh landing. Sasuke a bit more as he hadn't had his arms in any position to soften the blow. That. Cough. That was a good one, Sasuke. Naruto grimaced as he felt his tender ribs and wiped the blood from his mouth. I admit those eyes of yours are really something else. Cough asterisk. You. Ung. You have no idea. Sasuke threw up from the churning in his stomach. He growled at his weakness as he stood and swayed a little. The black marks spread once more until his entire body was covered in the black marks. All you're doing is trying to hold back the inevitable. Now die. Kunai in hand again, Sasuke charged, hoping to catch his rival while he was still unsteady. Naruto heard the footsteps, but rather than try to dodge he unsheathed his wakizashi and slashed it upward. It was meant to be a deterrent, but he had misjudged just how close the asshole was as a scream of pain and rage filled the canyon. My eye. You fool. Do you know what you've done? I'll kill you. Sasuke screamed out hysterically as he clutched his bleeding eye with one hand and viciously threw his kunai at the object of his hatred with the other. Naruto on the other hand was surprised, but not so much that he couldn't easily parry the thrown weapon. He could only stare as the last loyal Uchiha went to his knees trying to deal with the pain of the loss of his left eye. How pathetic. Instantly the boy in front of him stopped screaming and started shaking with rage. You come at me with the intention to kill and no regard for your own safety. Then, when you don't even try to dodge my strike, you blame me for what is your own fault. You deserve everything you get now, Sasuke. This is the real world. Things don't always go your way just because you want them to. Things rarely go your way no matter what. Did you really think you would get away from a fight with me without a scratch? Did our fight after the exams teach you nothing? Sasuke could only shake in rage at the Chunin's words. He was an Uchiha. Of course he was supposed to get through a fight without a scratch. That's what his damn eyes were for. He had finally attained his third tome only for it to be taken away from him by some common peasant. He grit his teeth as words from his brother went through his head. Foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, hate me, detest me, hate me, detest me, hate me, hate. His head snapped up and he glared at the blonde. Pressure gripped the battlefield as Sasuke's cursed mark once again flared to life. This time it didn't stop until a monstrous form stood where the human had once been. Flexing his clawed hands and his hand-like wings, Sasuke tested his new body to make sure it would work like he desired it to. A grin split his face. He felt powerful. He was powerful. Slowly his one-eyed gaze rose to his opponent, who was now in a much more guarded stance. His grin twisted into something completely evil just before he disappeared. Naruto had no time to act. One moment he was watching his opponent wallowing in his own self-pity, the next moment he was frantically searching for the monstrous being that possessed the Uchiha. Instinct was all that saved him as he jumped back just in time to watch a crater form under the rock-solid strike of the monstrosity. The only thing he could think of at the moment was how much worse this fight could get. No sooner had the thought reached his mind though, had he heard the telltale chirping of Kakashi's signature move. There was no time to think as he started to move again. His only hope of escaping the deadly attack was to not stand still. The best way to dodge was to never stand still. The downfall of the straight thrust attack was that it was easier to dodge than most attacks as it was a straight line attack when used as intended. The blonde never looked behind him as he heard the crashes and splintering of rock in his wake. He didn't even look when shards of rock sped past him, cutting into his clothes and exposed skin. He couldn't afford the time it would take to assess the situation lest it put him in the path of the lightning-encased fist of his opponent. Stand still so I can kill you, damn it. Sasuke growled out, his voice a bit deeper with his makeover. Not a chance in hell, freak. Naruto called over his shoulder as he created half a dozen clones in order to find some way to trap the Uchiha. As soon as the clones split off though, Naruto regretted taking the moment to make them. In his haste to get a tactical advantage he had forgotten to change his path and thus could only grit his teeth as the familiar feeling of lightning chakra coursed through his system. Looking down he saw the electricity-covered hand of his foe had once again carved into his side, this time going a bit deeper than it had at the Uchiha compound. T-Tem. The hand was roughly pulled back as Naruto couldn't help but take a knee. He closed his eyes and bit back the pain as he tried to concentrate on his next move. You can consider your mistake of going against an Uchiha in the afterlife dobi. Don't worry about your whores, they will be properly taken care of after my brother lies dead at my feet. Now pay for the sins you've done to me. Sasuke brought his hand back down, aiming for the blonde's head. His arm was only halfway to its target when the blonde disappeared, much like he had before. Spinning on his heel, Sasuke guessed where Naruto would attack from, only to get a foot to the back of his head, sending him stumbling forward. When he turned, he was looking into eyes he had seen before. Red slitted eyes that had burned themselves into his memory. He also noted the larger whisker marks, claws and raised hair. I've told you before that you are not to speak of them in such a way, Uchiha. Sasuke just sneered at the blonde. He would say whatever he wanted about anyone he wanted. Gender, age, position be damned. You're talking above your station, dobi. No one is above me. No one. As delusional as ever. Pity the strength upgrade didn't come with a brain. Or maybe it did and you were just so inbred that the rest of us can't tell. There was no laughter in Naruto's voice. No smile on his face. Just a deadly seriousness to his entire stance. Uzumaki Naruto was not going to play around anymore. Launching forward, the two engaged once more in a taijutsu match. This time defense was tossed aside to make room for more powerful attacks. Injuries littered both bodies as scratches appeared and disappeared almost as quickly. Snaps were heard as bones broke and snapped back into place. All the while both were getting angrier with each blow landed against them. Bouncing back, Naruto went through hand seals and threw out his arms. Futon. Kappa no Makaze. A violent wind kicked up from the water, churning the surface before flying at Sasuke. Sasuke had little time to react as the new jutsu came at him, so instead of dodging he wrapped his wings around his body and took the hit. As soon as the water-laced wind hit him, he found out the meaning behind the jutsu's name. With the amount of water he had seen the jutsu pick up before he took shelter, he had assumed he would be safe with just blocking the blast. Now, as the water hit his skin, he was sure the only thing that came close to the pain he felt was when the blonde took his eye. Each buffet of water brought with it a paper-thin blade of wind. It felt as though something was running its claws against his flesh with each hit. Thankfully for him, the jutsu didn't last long, but the damage it did was excruciating. That's not to say that he was given a chance to recover. As his cocoon opened, Sasuke was momentarily blinded by the sunlight and it cost him a knee to the face, sending him skidding along the ground on his already damaged back. A fresh wave of pain shot through his system as he clenched his eyes shut in an effort to keep the tears from forming. He would not cave into such an undignified act. He was the pinnacle of evolution. He was an Uchiha. So, why was he losing to this nobody? Naruto strode forward as the Uchiha struggled to get to his feet. You are an embarrassment, Sasuke. Not just to your clan, but to your village and yourself as well. How you can justify running away like this, I don't really care. I am going to drag you back to Konoha, even if it's in a body bag. The Uchiha was almost on his feet when he was forced to his knees once again as Naruto took out his sword and this time didn't miss them. No more running for you. The grin on the Jinchuriki's face was unsettling to the spinning orbs of Sasuke's eyes. How are you so strong? Answer me. A punch to his cheek was the answer he got as he collapsed to his side. Someone like you wouldn't understand. Pampered, doted upon, given everything you ever wanted and not caring. You take your life for granted, Uchiha. Those of us that have had to work for what we have, detest you. It was Naruto's turn to sneer at the pathetic life form beneath him. Sasuke looked the blonde in the eyes and growled as his skin began fading back to normal. You think you've had it so bad? You don't know what it's like to be betrayed by family. You live carefree and have no responsibilities. You have no burden to carry like those of us that had everything taken away. The Avenger was not prepared for the backlash of his words. He was sent tumbling end over end as a blast of red chakra exploded from Naruto with an unearthly roar. As he finally settled against a rock, he could only stare in horrified fascination as Naruto's wounds healed. Even if he had been uninjured, he doubted he could have moved for the pressure that pinned him down. When the wind finally relented, Naruto stood with his head down, his face scrunched in rage and his glaring eyes staring a hole through the arrogant bastard from just below his bangs. His upper lip curled back, much like a canine, showing his elongated fangs as he snarled at Sasuke. You just have it so bad, don't you, Uchiha? Live a day in my shoes and pray that you survive. Stop being the center of your own damn story and realize there are others around you that are suffering just as much if not more. Neji, a servant of his clan, punished by his own family for any mishap. Hinata, once an heir much like you, thrown out of her clan for loving another. Haku, a bloodline carrier in a country that hated them, enslaved for years without knowing her master killed her family. Kin, a former ninja of the village you're running to, was supposed to be used as a sacrifice so the man you were running to for power could kill his old sensei. Lee, unable to mold chakra from birth, still fighting to prove he can be a great ninja. On the cliffs above the battling duo, the rest of the retrieval team stood in shocked silence as they felt the waves of power that emanated from the blonde Far could hear the malice rolling off his words as he approached the rogue ninja. No one wanted to move for fear that they may become his target, that in his rage he may not be able to tell friend from foe. Almost no one anyway. Haku and Hinata were not one of that group. They felt the same terror, but for them it came as a cry for help. Their Naruto was in agony. Not from injuries, though they saw the blood from many, but from the stress the whole event was putting on his mind. However, they were just a bit too late as Sasuke screamed out. All of their pain pales in comparison to the anguish I feel. My brother killed my entire family. I will avenge them, and killing you is just the first step. The Uchiha, tired as he was, lunged for the blonde. His weapon. Chidori. He thrust his hand forward, intending to end the life of his largest obstacle, only to scream out in pain as he passed his target and fell to his knees, hand holding the stump of his freshly hewn left arm. Naruto hadn't moved an inch, save for his sword arm. Due to his exhaustion, Sasuke wasn't able to have the Chidori and his Sharingan active at the same time. Thus he was unable to dodge the simple cut of the blade as it flashed through the air. Those that were on the witnessing end of the attack could only flinch at the ruthless ease as the teen still didn't move, even after the cut had been made. Only after the Uchiha attempted to stifle his agony did the blonde shift his gaze to the Uchiha as his red aura dissipated. You are, by far, the most arrogant person I have ever had the displeasure of meeting, Uchiha Sasuke. I should end your life here, but with your arm and eye safely out of the way, you are no longer a threat. And with this you will never be a threat again. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto disappeared from his position and reappeared next to the Uchiha, hand cocked to deliver one more blow. Luckily for Sasuke, it was only a blow with his closed fist and not his red blade. Luckily for Naruto, he didn't have to waste the energy as two Senbon shot into his target's neck, rendering him completely dead to the world as he fell into unconsciousness. Naruto's dead eyes slowly panned to where the Senbon had come from and into the eyes of Haku, whom still had her arm extended. I could have handled it, he said evenly, causing a flinch from Haku. Seeing the affect he was having, he closed his eyes and started taking calming breaths. No one spoke. No one moved for at least 5 minutes before Naruto reopened his eyes and walked over to Sasuke. Kicking the body so he lay on his stomach and getting only a groan in protest, Naruto brought out a scroll and knelt on the ground. He unceremoniously tore the Avenger's shirt off in order to access his curse seal and stared at it intently as the others moved closer. As they reached the pair, they noticed the angry red swelling around the seal on Sasuke's neck. It seemed the seal wasn't as perfect as they had thought. Something in Sasuke was rejecting its use. It was most likely that the Fujihoin was blown away when Sasuke unlocked his new power. It must have struggled valiantly before it failed. Naruto traced the seal with a finger, almost reverently, as he took its every detail into account. Seemingly satisfied with his findings, he took out a scroll and unsealed some supplies. The head medic stepped forward upon seeing this. Uzumaki-san, I must request that you cease your actions. Uchiha-san is no longer a threat and we need to return him to the village before anyone happens across us. If he was indeed heading to Oto, then there is a chance Orochimaru has sent out others to retrieve him. The medic waited for a response, but received none as the boy continued preparing his materials. Uzumaki-san. As the current leader of this retrieval squad, it is my duty to make sure that the prisoner is no longer a threat. He is unconscious. What threat does he pose to us? The medic half yelled back. Naruto looked at the man with narrowed eyes. The type that will be a threat once he's conscious again. If you want something to do, then check over his injuries, otherwise stay out of my way. The medic looked at his subordinates but couldn't refute the order. Fine. Check over the Uchiha's body. Make sure he is fit for travel from head to toe. You better hope your ceiling doesn't put anything out of place, Uzumaki-san. Whatever. Naruto barely even responded as he began his own work on ensuring the safety of himself and his precious people. Something about the seal he was currently applying made him feel dirty. He had spent so much time going over any notes he could find on the cursed seal, and this was the culmination of that research. It wasn't something he was doing for Konoha, nor was it something he was doing for himself. This was an experimental seal that he would only have this one chance to test. Either it would work or the Uchiha would die. For the next 20 minutes the medics scanned the Uchiha, healing what was left of his arm and eye while looking for any other abnormality they could find. In that time Naruto had covered the entirety of the Uchiha's back, stripped him of his shorts and covered most of his legs before moving to the ground around him and covering a good amount of it in a 5-foot radius. Wiping his brow he looked up from his work. Everyone stand back. Clear out of the seal radius just to make sure you aren't caught in it. Those his age immediately jumped back, the medics soon following, but not before getting an acknowledging nod from their superior to do so. Once everyone was at a decent distance, Naruto looked back to his seal. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands in the center of it and concentrated hard. The onlookers watched as chakra began to glow around him, first as normal blue, then with flecks of red mixed in. The medics were getting nervous at the latter as they knew what it was and how dangerous it could be. The younger generation knew as well, but mostly trusted their peer for what he was doing. The simple act of becoming a legend of his own making. With a shout through gritted teeth, Naruto condensed his gathered chakra and forced it into the seal all at once. The result was immediate as a white dome spread from the contact point and spread out, covering the two figures from all eyes. A few seconds later it exploded outward in a shower of sparks and flame as the onlookers rushed to cover from the rain of destruction. When all was finished they cautiously looked out from their hiding spots and saw the two figures in the same position. Sasuke was still on the ground, clad only in his boxers and no sign of the large seal array that had covered him. Naruto was kneeling above him with one hand still on his back where the seal was. The other hand was blown back and now sat at an odd angle. The hand resting on Sasuke's back moved to the boy's lower back before a second pulse of chakra was felt. Immediately after that Naruto felt to the group, completely spent of chakra and blissfully unconscious. Haku and Hinata quickly rushed out from their cover to tend to their boyfriend despite the calling of the medics behind them. Naruto-kun. As soon as they got to his side they were scanning him for any possible injuries. They had expected the blast they had witnessed to hit him full force. They had expected him to have injuries all over his body. They did not expect him to be in a similar dress as the Uchiha. Naruto's shirt and vest had been completely blown from his torso, landing well over 50 feet away. His pants, if they could still be called that, were only held on by the fabric that caught behind his knees. His boxers had followed suit, causing the girls to blush deeply before Hinata finally snapped out of her daze and covered him with her jacket, thankful that she wore it for the mission. Despite the state of their clothes, there wasn't a single scratch on either male. As such, it took only moments for them to gather Naruto's belongings, Haku and Hinata taking them from the others and sealing them away. Allies they may be, but there was still no telling just how faithful they were. One of the medics had unsealed some blankets to cover the two boys' bodies until they could get them into proper hospital attire once they got back to the village. With everyone gathered and the battlefield scanned for any additional supplies they may have missed, the group started the long trek back towards Konoha. The return journey was taken without a sound as they passed the site of each battle along their route. The bone field from Kimimaro, the splintered trees from Tayuya, the cliff where they split from Ino and Kin, the web-covered forest from Kitamaru, the giant crater from Choji's battle with Jirobo. Thanks to the information from Haku they knew that most of the team had survived intact. The only unknowns were Ino, Kin and Konkuro. which changed once they passed the final battle site and caught up with the grim procession that was carrying Ino towards the village. As the group called out their presence and landed, Haku, Hinata and Shikamaru rushed towards their friend. Ino. What happened to her? Ino was being carried on a stretcher by a medic and Konkuro as Kin hung her head from beside them. Tears slid from Kin's eyes as she tried and failed to meet their gaze. Shish, they say she may not walk again. I was too weak. I let her get injured. If I had just been stronger. Kin broke down as Hinata held onto her and tried to comfort her. Haku looked towards the medic, but it was Konkuro that answered. From what I could gather, she took a nasty hit from that Oto Nin and it did something to her spine. We're not sure if it's severed or not yet, but it's definitely serious. They gave her some sedatives for the trip back to keep any pain away. Knocked her right out, he said as he kept his eyes forward. It was difficult, even for him, to see someone his age probably taken out of commission in such a way that it would even affect her in a civilian life. Haku just stared at Ino, trying to believe that it wasn't true. Wanting the blonde to get up and say she was fine. Hinata already had tears in her eyes as she continued to hold Kin as they walked. The two shared a glance and hung their heads. Neither had the skill to heal such a wound, and it was doubtful even Tsunade could heal it if it did indeed hit her spine. Breaking the silence, Konkuro took note of the two unconscious teens that came with the new group. So we did succeed at least. A pity you didn't kill the bastard. Though I'm surprised that Uzumaki is out too. What the hell happened out there? Gaara glanced at his brother before setting his eyes back on the path ahead. Uzumaki and the Uchiha fought at the valley. Uzumaki used the beast's chakra and took away the Uchiha's power. In doing so he tired himself out. Anything more than that, only he would be able to answer. Konkuro flinched at the mention of a beast. Well, at least he won, right? Hey. 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 An uncomfortable silence took hold again as they traveled until they got to the main road to Konoha. Traveling will be faster now that we're on open ground. We need to get these three back to the hospital soon. The rest of you may conserve your energy if you need to. We will vouch for your late arrival. The head medic informed as he unsealed two more stretchers and placed Sasuke and Naruto on one each. Only realizing his conundrum when they were strapped in. He was one body short even with Konkuro helping. The problem was quickly solved as Hinata and Haku picked up Naruto's stretcher. Kin staying close by as she refused to leave the side of those she was closest to. The medic nodded as he replaced Konkuro and the three stretcher teams started towards the gates at an increased pace, leaving the rest to follow along in silence. None of them knew quite what to say as this was the first mission they had that ended up with someone on their side getting such a severe injury. For Shikamaru it was particularly bad as he had known Ino most of his life through his parents' friendship. She was rude and bossy, but she didn't deserve this. Tamari eyed the Nara discreetly. She could see he was troubled, and she couldn't blame him. She knew from the Chunin exams that the blonde was his teammate. She bumped the older of her two brothers and nodded towards the youth. She was a little irritated when Konkuro only shrugged and turned away again. She had hoped he would be able to give the words of comfort that were failing her now, but she should have expected him to be as cold as his dolls. Next to Gaara, he was the most emotionless of the trio, but no one could really match Gaara in that respect. Signing, she turned her head forward and followed the Konoha procession back towards the gates. There was a bit of a surprise when they got there though. A crowd was just starting to disperse. Many of those still gathered were murmuring angrily in small groups scattered about. Some saw the new arrivals and opted to approach them, looking for any juicy information they could get on the retrieval mission. They were waylaid though as their intended targets became the interrogators instead. Why does everyone look so angry? Konkuro asked the approaching group. One of the civilians clicked her tongue in distaste as the crude manners of the Suna ninja, but answered regardless. Surely you saw Uchiha-sama before we did. You must know what happened to him. After those three stretchers came through they were immediately off again. We had no time to question them. So, what happened out there? Konkuro was about to answer when his sister stomped on his foot. He yelped and glared at her. She simply shook her head in response and turned toward Shikamaru. The Nara saw this and sighed before explaining the situation as best as he could. I'm sorry, but we are not allowed to regale you with our tales of hardship and self-sacrifice until after we've been debriefed by Hokage-sama. You'll have to wait for any public announcement like everyone else. Apparently one of the village group wasn't too happy about this. You're just trying to stick up for that demon, aren't you? If he isn't guilty of anything, then why didn't they take him to the hospital like the others? This got their attention. What do you mean? Where did they take Naruto? Shikamaru demanded. The civilian man just huffed. I got no reason to tell you anything if you're not going to tell us anything either. Quicker than most of the onlookers could follow, Tenten had the man pinned up against a wall with a kunai to his neck. You listen here. Anything that involves this mission could be vital, so if you say you have information, then you are going to give it to us without hassle, or we could always take you into T&I to find out what you know. The man paled, but relaxed slightly when Shikamaru put his hand on her arm. That's enough, Tenten. He calmly took her armed hand away from the man's throat but did nothing to the hand holding him against the wall. Now tell us what you know or we will escort you to T&I. The man paled again, seeing he had gotten himself in a no-win situation. Fine. Fine. Just put me down. Shikamaru gave Tenten a nod and she reluctantly lowered her other hand, but didn't move away in case the man tried to run. They took him to the other end of town. That's all I saw, I swear. How took him? Shikamaru questioned evenly. Those 3 girls. The ones that live with him. The other medics yelled at them to follow them to the hospital, but they just kept going wherever they were heading. A few Anbu went after them, but I don't know if they caught up or not. That's everything, I swear on my life. The man babbled and looked ready to break down and cry. Pitiful. Tenten sneered before stepping away. Why would they take Naruto away from the hospital? She asked Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked in the direction the man had indicated Naruto had gone. They probably took him home. He's healed from injuries worse than this without medical attention before. As long as a broken arm is all he's got, then he should be fine in their hands. The remainder of the retrieval squad nodded before turning back towards the main road and heading off to what promised to be an interesting meeting with Tsunade. The sound of a can tapping on cement echoed in the empty halls of Konoha's prison. It stopped outside of a lone door, behind which soft sobbing could be heard. The door's bolt screeched as it slid away and allowed the door to be opened. Inside, huddled in a corner of the bed and staring at nothing as tears slid down her cheeks, was Haruno Sakura. She barely moved since the torture and revelations of her mother. She couldn't comprehend how her own mother could have stooped so low as to rape the class dobi, let alone tell them she would have her daughter do the same. It was obvious who she meant too. Sakura was an only child after all. The cane's tapping closed in on the bed until it was right beside the girl, and then it immediately ceased. One uncovered eye looked down on the pitiful form and the owner couldn't help but grin. It wasn't often he got a tool that was already broken and just waiting to be reforged. Better still, she had an inherent hatred for Uzumaki. All he had to do was fuel that hatred and hone her skills. He had plans for her. Big plans. Just then another person appeared next to him. Report. The Uchiha was retrieved by Uzumaki's team. His team saw quite a few casualties, whereas our own suffered an almost a complete loss. On of ours was captured. The new voice answered. What of the Uchiha? Danzo asked. Completely unfazed by the report. His man wouldn't talk. He couldn't talk. He made sure that already. Sir, the Uchiha sustained severe damage to his left eye and arm. The arm was severed just below the shoulder and the eye was clean cut through. Both are unrecoverable. It seems he will recover with the exception of those injuries. The man beside him didn't move an inch. Every word was calculated and completely devoid of emotion. Then he will have to move on to his second objective, won't he? He will have no choice now than to breed new Uchiha. Even Tsunade cannot stop it now. Danzo smirked. He would get the Uchiha in his pocket with promises of revenge. Not that he cared about the boy, all he wanted was his genes. His gaze turned back to the mop of pink hair, dulled as it was from lack of care. Take our friend here to the training camps. Bring her up to speed. The masked man didn't acknowledge the order. Rather, he immediately grabbed the girl, who didn't even try to resist, and disappeared. The sound of a cane hitting cement once again echoed through the halls before disappearing as well. That's it for this part. If you enjoyed it, then like, share and subscribe for the next video as it's going to be more interesting, and also check out my other playlists. Hope you would like them too.